but he tricked me. 118. By the fall of 1973, Sadat had spent nearly 18 months shaping the international landscape for an impending war. Public flexibility on transit of the canal had burnished his international reputation. Expelling the Soviets had increased his diplomatic options and ensured that the advisors would neither prevent nor subvert his plans. Exploratory conversations with the White House implied that he entered the war with a working relationship with Washington. He must have calculated that the United States would help to limit the consequences of a military setback and might enter negotiations. Based on considerations such as these, on October 6, 1973, Egypt and Syria launched a coordinated offensive against Israel. Sadat had already called on the Egyptian people, in January 1972, to prepare for confrontation and to embrace an ethic of forbearance. We have ahead of us many hardships and difficulties. But with God's help, we will bear its burdens and sacrifices. Our people will give, in the battle, the living example that they are a great people like their history, their long civilization and their humanity and ideals. Our Lord, make our faith the best and be with us until victory. 119. On the first day of the war, Sadat communicated to me, then Secretary of State, that his aims were limited and he intended efforts to facilitate negotiations for peace after hostilities had ended. On the war's second day, I replied, "You're making war with Soviet arms. Keep in mind that you will have to make peace with American diplomacy." 120. Managing to achieve the kind of military success that had eluded Nasser, Egyptian forces laid down pontoon bridges across the Suez Canal and crossed the Bar-Lev line. They advanced up to 10 miles into the Sinai, retaking territory that had been captured by Israel in 1967. At the same time, Syrian forces penetrated Israeli positions in the Golan Heights. As the two Arab forces pressed onward, equipped largely with Soviet arms. 121. Israel suffered significant casualties and losses of equipment. The early Egyptian, Syrian success stunned the world, confronting all sides with unexpected situations. Paradoxically, however, once the war was fully underway, the UN Security Council, which had the responsibility for preserving peace, shrank from proposing a ceasefire. Of the Council's two most powerful members, the Soviet Union was opposed because it did not want to impede the perceived Arab advance, while the United States was reluctant lest it prevent an Israeli counterstrike. The other members were undecided out of a mixture of fear and uncertainty. In the event, the Security Council would not meet to vote on a ceasefire until the United States and the Soviet Union had agreed on a text on October 22, more than 2 weeks after the war's outbreak. During these weeks, Nixon's domestic crisis came to a head. On the same day as the outbreak of the 1973 war, Vice President Spiro Agnew began the process of his resignation as the result of activities conducted while he was serving as governor of Maryland, 1967-9. This was concluded on October 10, coinciding with another wave of Watergate hearings on the issue of which of Nixon's taped conversations should be released. Nixon's efforts to avoid releasing these tapes would culminate on October 20, 2 weeks into the Middle East War, and while I was in Moscow negotiating a ceasefire, when Nixon requested the resignation of and dismissed the Attorney General and the Special Prosecutor, respectively. The resulting uproar led to the initiation of impeachment proceedings against Nixon. Despite his domestic difficulties, Nixon maintained his control of foreign affairs. Early on during the war, he established two primary objectives: to end the hostilities as quickly as possible and, as I said publicly on his behalf, to do so in a manner that would enable us to make a major contribution to removing the conditions that had produced 4 wars between Arabs and Israelis in the previous 25 years. 122. On the ground, the situation was changing almost daily. By Tuesday, October 9, the 4th day of the war and the day Spiro Agnew's formal resignation as vice president was dealt with by Nixon, the Israeli ambassador Simha Dinitz and the military attaché General Mordecai Ger appeared in the map room of the White House residence to inform me that Israel had lost hundreds of tanks and many tens of airplanes in the initial battles along the Suez Canal. They requested immediate resupply and a visit to Washington by Prime Minister Meir to plead her case. After concluding the Agnew resignation, Nixon agreed to respond to the immediate needs with some emergency support. He directed an immediate resupply of 3 airplanes a day and an evaluation of the feasibility of mobilizing our civilian air fleet to enable Israel to use its backup weapons. Nixon promised to replace all losses after the war. On Thursday, October 11, Dinitz reappeared at the White House with another dramatic message. The Israeli Chief of Staff, David Elazar, and Defense Minister Moshe Dayan had convinced the Prime Minister that further Israeli attacks along the Suez Canal were too costly in the face of the belt of surface-to-air missiles, SAM, on the canal's west bank to provide air cover for the territory 15 to 20 miles east of the canal. Israel was therefore prepared to accept a ceasefire and was asking us to arrange at 123 to improve its bargaining position. Israel would open an offensive on the more vulnerable Syrian front, thereby giving an incentive for the Soviet Union to support a ceasefire request in the Security Council. Nixon agreed, and we approached Britain to introduce such a resolution. The British government, represented by Sir Alec Douglas Home as Foreign Secretary, undertook the initiative. But Sadat, when asked to assent on Saturday, October 13, amazed us by refusing unless Israel committed itself to return to the pre-June 1967 frontiers. Another approach to him by Australia met the same fate. By Sunday, October 14, Sadat's motives for these refusals became apparent. He had decided to lunge more deeply into Sinai with 2 armored divisions. Whether impelled by overconfidence in his military capacity after the crossing of the canal, or by a desire to relieve the pressures on his ally Assad, or by a brief loss of his sense of proportion, venturing beyond the territory covered by the Sam Belt resulted in a disastrous setback. Between the Israeli Air Force, now freed from the Sam Belt's restraints, and counterattacks by Israeli tanks, some 250 of Egypt's tanks were wiped out. This in turn enabled Israeli tanks to push the Egyptian Third Army back toward the canal. Within 2 days of that battle, in heavy fighting, Israeli forces had made a canal crossing of their own and started to destroy the Soviet-built SAM sites on the canal's west bank. Meanwhile, armored Israeli forces, growing to over 10,000 strong, thrust to the rear of the Third Army, threatening its encirclement and even Cairo. In these circumstances, General Saad Shizli, the Egyptian field commander, urged Sadat to transfer the Third Army from the canal's east bank to its west bank so as to protect Egypt's population. But this would have defeated Sadat's larger design. He responded sharply, "You do not understand the logic of this war," and ordered Shizli to stand fast. Egypt needed only 4 inches of the Sinai, Sadat argued, in order to transform the diplomatic situation. 124. On Thursday, October 18, with 2 Egyptian divisions withdrawing. In the Sinai, Sadat suddenly called for a ceasefire. The tide of battle having turned against him, he needed a pause while he still retained a foothold in the Sinai 125. Even as he appealed for the ceasefire, he claimed a psychological victory. The enemy lost his balance and remains unbalanced until this moment. The wounded nation has restored its honor, and the political map of the Middle East has been changed. In the same speech, he urged the United States to join with Egypt in a project for peace. 126. However dire Sadat's military situation, his analysis of policy options remained on the mark. The crisis spread into the global economy on October 17, when the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, announced an oil embargo, aiming to oblige the US and its European allies to push Israel into a settlement. The price of a barrel of oil rose precipitously, eventually reaching 400% of its pre-crisis level. 127. The next day, Ambassador Anatoly Dobrinin and I began to discuss ceasefire language for possible joint submission to the Security Council. On October 19, Brezhnev invited me to Moscow to complete the ceasefire negotiations, and 2 days later the US and the Soviet Union presented a joint draft to the Security Council that on October 22 was adopted unanimously. The turn toward a cessation of hostilities was temporarily overwhelmed when the ceasefire broke down and Israel could not resist the temptation to cut the supply route to the Third Army by surrounding the city of Suez. A tense 48 hours followed. The Soviets protested these violations of the ceasefire we had negotiated in Moscow a few days earlier, demanded its joint reconstitution by American and Soviet action, and threatened unilateral military action to reimpose it. Sadat could have used the Soviet pressure for his own purposes, but he never resorted to it. After a robust American rebuff, the Soviets substituted a proposal enabling them to participate with non-combat observers to supervise the ceasefire. The outcome was UN Resolution 340, which provided for a UN emergency force of international observers drawn from non-permanent members of the UN Security Council. Sadat used the opportunity for a symbolic gesture expressing his commitment to a new approach to the conflict. Since the 1948-9 armistice, no Egyptian and Israeli officials had negotiated face-to-face. To the surprise of all parties, Sadat now informed the Israelis that he was sending military officers to Kilometer 80 on the Cairo-Suez road to discuss the details of Resolution 340 and to arrange a resupply for Egypt's trapped Third Army. For various technical reasons, the actual negotiation was moved from Kilometer 80 to Kilometer 101. This did not amount to a formal recognition of Israel, or a diplomatic one. Rather, it was a symbol of Sadat's determination to launch Egypt on a new course. Meir and Sadat. After the war, on November 1, 1973, Prime Minister Meir came to Washington. Of all the Israeli leaders with whom I dealt, none was more difficult, and there was none that moved me more. She was an original. Her wrinkled face testified to the turmoil of a lifetime pioneering a new society in a strange and forbidding environment. Israel, eked out on a tiny bit of land, precarious, ostracized, threatened by implacably hostile neighbors, had salvaged survival from its history by only a narrow margin. Mrs. Meir's wary eyes seemed ever on the lookout for unexpected challenges, especially from her impetuous American allies. She saw it as her mission to protect what had been invested with such fervent hope by a people who for 2,000 years had endured a precarious existence in the diaspora. My own childhood in Hitler's Germany gave me an understanding of her endemic apprehensiveness. I also recognized a certain justice in her present attitude toward us. As the victim of a military attack, her government now faced a situation in which demands for a peace process were multiplying from the American ally on which she depended but which never quite seemed to grasp her traumas. She treated me, being Jewish, as a favorite nephew who, when he disagreed, deeply disappointed her. Our relationship was familiar enough that I came habitually to call her Golda and still think of her as such. My wife, Nancy, used to say that arguments between Golda and me at dinner in Golda's home in Israel constituted some of the most dramatic theatrical performances she had ever witnessed. Nancy did not mention how they usually ended. Golda and I would withdraw to the kitchen and work out a solution. Meir arrived in Washington at the first opportunity after the ceasefire. She was, above all, unhappy that we had insisted on a resupply, albeit of non-military supplies, for the Egyptian Third Army. She was railing, in effect, not against specific policies but against the change in strategic realities, the demonstration of Israeli vulnerability and the apparent emergence of Egypt as an accepted American negotiating partner. Restraint was being urged on her to permit the country that had attacked hers to evolve in a more peaceful direction. This, to Meir, was not a self-evident proposition. Meir, we didn't start the war, yet. Kissinger, Madam Prime Minister, we are faced with a very tragic situation. You didn't start the war, but you face a need for wise decisions to protect the survival of Israel. This is what you face. This is my honest judgment as a friend. Meir, you're saying we have no choice. Kissinger, we face the international situation that I described to you 128. For a nation to pretend to total autonomy is a form of nostalgia. Reality dictates that every nation, even the most powerful, adapt its conduct to the capabilities and purposes of its neighbors and rivals. That Meir ultimately acted accordingly is a tribute to her leadership. On her visit to Washington, Prime Minister Meir pursued two outcomes simultaneously, a consensus with her indispensable ally and a consensus of her people, a majority of whom were still in shock from the change in their circumstances and many of whom remained adamantly belligerent. UN supervision of the resupply meant that it could be accomplished without the direct cooperation of the combatants. At a dinner at the Israeli embassy, she engaged in some semi-public criticisms of the U.S. administration, perhaps made for the benefit of the Israeli assistants, ministers, and advisors in attendance. Setting aside these chastisements, I called on her the next day at Blair House, the residence of state guests, at a private meeting confined to advisors where she signaled openness to resupply under 6 conditions I outlined, including the start of talks on disengagement * the 6 points. Also provided for the exchange of prisoners of war at the very beginning of the process, a salient concern to Israel. With Israeli elections imminent, Meir's cabinet at first refused to authorize her to accept these terms while she was in Washington. But by now we understood Israeli politics well enough to recognize that the Prime Minister would not have put forward such a program had she judged the draft unacceptable. Her cabinet would not overrule her. When she was actually in the chair, Sadat's vision of a new negotiation could not have prevailed without Meir's participation. By entering negotiations at all, she was accepting the possibility of relinquishing territory for the first time in Israeli history. By agreeing to non-military resupply of the Third Army, she forewent the possibility of Israel's achieving a decisive military victory. At the same time, she created the precondition for a breakthrough in negotiations. She overcame her instincts for the sake of a possible move toward peace. Neither Sadat nor Medir could have achieved this first step without the other. The meeting at the Tara Palace. On November 7, 1973, just 4 days after Medir's visit, I met Sadat for the first time. He had prepared the ground for American diplomacy by sidelining Soviet military action in the crisis over the erosion of the ceasefire. Egypt's strategic objective in launching the war, we later discovered, was to transform the situation psychologically in order to make a sustainable peace. Sadat's openness to negotiation then transformed our view of him. He was no longer a radical in our eyes. Heretofore Sadat's moves had been more symbolic than fundamental. Were we dealing with a genuinely new approach or a tactical variation on the established pattern? The Arab demand for Israel's immediate return to the pre-June 1967 frontiers remained on the table as a precondition for negotiation. Recognition of the legitimacy of the state of Israel had not even been hinted at. The meeting might lead either to step-by-step progress or to an impasse if Sadat insisted on an overall settlement. Major issues needed to be resolved during our discussions. The most immediate was resupply of the Third Army, which was happening on an ad hoc basis. Second came the goal of negotiations on Middle East peace, called for in the ceasefire but never formally defined. Third was the future of Egyptian-American relations, technically still based on Nasser's breaking of diplomatic ties at the end of the 1967 war. The encounter took place in the Tara Palace, in a once fashionable suburb of Cairo now struggling to maintain appearances. I was hurried toward a veranda where a mob of journalists was assembled, accompanied by a significant number of Sadat staffers. There were no visible security precautions. Amidst this chaos, a deep baritone uttered the words, "Welcome. Welcome." Without any formal ceremony, Sadat had arrived. He was wearing a khaki military uniform with an overcoat slung over his shoulders. November in Cairo can be quite cold. Dispensing with any opening statement and pausing only for a brief round of pictures by photographers, he escorted me into a large room with French doors that overlooked an expansive lawn. On it, wicker chairs had been placed for our aides. We sat on a sofa facing the gardens, both of us affecting nonchalance. Though well aware that the nature of Egyptian, American and probably Arab, American relations in the immediate future could depend on the outcome. Appearing extremely relaxed, Sadat filled his pipe, lit it and started the conversation by saying that he had been longing for a personal meeting. "I have a plan for you. I have named it the Kissinger Plan." At this, he walked across the room to an easel on which situation maps had been placed. Standing in front of them, he referred to my prior talks with Hafiz Ismail. As noted earlier, I had answered Ismail's proposal for Israeli withdrawal from all of Sinai by suggesting interim arrangements, to permit adjustment to a peace process before making final decisions. Ismail had rejected our step-by-step proposal. Sadat now accepted it, naming it the Kissinger Plan. He suggested as an initial step an Israeli withdrawal across 2/3 of the Sinai to a line from El Arish, a city about 20 miles from the Israeli frontier and 90 miles from the Suez Canal, to the Ras Mohammed National Park at the southern edge of the Sinai Peninsula 129. It was a stunning opening for a negotiation that we had expected to be protracted and difficult, not because his suggestion was so Unprecedented, it was in fact unrealistic, but because he was articulating a willingness to explore provisional phases of disengagement. In no other such instance had I encountered an opposite number who conceded the field in his opening move. Every Arab leader with whom we had raised the idea of an interim settlement had rejected it. Sadat had accepted it before it could even be proposed. But Sadat must have known that it would be impossible to convince Israel's leaders to withdraw such a distance, including the strategic passes in the center of the Sinai, at the end of a war started by Egypt. To avoid beginning the dialogue with Sadat in a deadlock, I invited him to explain the considerations that led him to where we found ourselves. Sadat at first deliberately, and then with growing intensity, described his purposes. He was disillusioned with the Soviets. They had been unable or unwilling to work with the United States to bring about a Middle East peace compatible with Egypt's dignity. The language in the communique ending the Moscow summit of 1972 had removed any doubt about Soviet priorities. They would not risk tensions with America over Egypt. The decision to expel some 20,000 Soviet advisors had been taken as a first step toward restoring Egyptian dignity, and the war was its further expression. He had given no advance warning for the expulsion and had asked America for no reward afterward. Sadat spoke in excellent English if in a somewhat stilted manner. Precise and formal, perhaps because he had taught himself from newspapers, short stories, and books while in British prisons during the War 130. His exposition was delivered emphatically, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if viewing some distant horizon. He had concluded, he said, that no progress could be made without long-term American goodwill. He would therefore seek reconciliation with America and a lasting peace for the Middle East. His quest was for a change in basic attitudes, not of lines on a map. He had given me his Kissinger plan. What, he asked, was mine? The objective of the dialogue, I said, was a lasting peace. Its durability, however, would depend on the parties gaining each other's confidence in stages, thereby accruing confidence in the process itself. A first move could not possibly achieve either peace or confidence. At the present moment, I continued, Sadat's Kissinger plan was too ambitious. A more realistic withdrawal line for Israeli forces would fall well short of his proposal, somewhere to the west of the Mitla and Gidi passes. It would probably require several months to negotiate. We would do our best to achieve the disengagement process, with a view to continuing it, and base a peace process on it. A conversation with Sadat was frequently interrupted by pauses for reflection. Now, after one of those pauses, he responded with just 2 words, and Israel. I replied, similarly cryptically, by handing him the 6 points worked out with Prime Minister Meir. Sadat looked at the paper for a few minutes and accepted it without any discussion. Nasser had been unwise, he summed up, to seek to harass America into cooperation. The Third Army was not the heart of the matter between Egypt and America. Sadat's own aim, by contrast, was relations of confidence with America and peace with Israel. To express this symbolically, he would announce after our meeting what we had not even proposed, an end to Egypt's diplomatic boycott of the United States, in place since 1967, through the establishment of an Egyptian interests section in Washington, headed by an ambassador. The ambassador would be named in December 1973. This was the same procedure we had followed earlier that same year in establishing Relations with China. Full diplomatic relations would follow the conclusion of a disengagement agreement. These remarks were put forward not in conditional form, nor as a demand for reciprocity, but rather as a description of a desirable course. Against what we later learned was the near-unanimous sentiment of his advisers, Sadat had decided to take his chances on the word of an American Secretary of State that the United States would facilitate significant progress in Egyptian-Israeli territorial negotiations over a period of 3 months. Throughout, the Third Army would remain trapped. If anything were to go wrong, Sadat would be ruined and Egypt humiliated. A seemingly minor step, non-military supplies for the Third Army, after it had become beleaguered, created an opportunity for preliminary cooperation and became a symbol for progress towards peace. While I was still in Cairo, the 6 points worked out with Mrs. Medir in Washington and now accepted by Sadat were put into treaty language by Assistant Secretary of State Joe Sisko and Egyptian Foreign Minister Ismail Fahmy. By the end of the visit, Sadat had achieved the initial purpose of his daring gamble. He had broken the status quo in order to open the possibility of negotiation with Israel under American auspices. His ultimate purpose was to end the conflict with Israel that had sapped Egyptian energy and confidence since the June 1967 war. In his mind, the existence of Israel was not a threat to Egypt's being. War with Israel was. That threat could be reduced and ultimately eliminated through a new concept of security based on the process of peace with Egypt's adversary rather than its annihilation. Even successful negotiations sometimes leave in the negotiators' memories uneasy traces of their compromises, which cast a shadow over future efforts. Sadat's view of this meeting is contained in his memoirs. Our first session of talks took 3 hours. The first hour made me feel I was dealing with an entirely new mentality, a new political method. Anyone seeing us after that first hour in Al-Tahira Palace would have thought we had been friends for years. There was no difficulty in understanding one another, and so we agreed on a 6-point program for action, including a U.S. pledge of return to the October 22 ceasefire line, within the framework of the forces disengagement 131. Sadat's willingness to accept disengagement, together with the 6 points, was a rare occasion where one side in a negotiation unilaterally abandons its prerogative for haggling. His insight was that establishing trust and goodwill would be more important, in the end, than securing immediate concessions. Such mutual confidence would prove essential, because the parties had traversed only the first step in the long journey they would chart from Geneva to disengagement. Following the Tara Palace meeting, the obvious next move would have been to continue the step-by-step approach immediately. But this was precluded by Sadat's obligation to his ally Assad not to settle separately. Also, the United States, in the ceasefire talks in Moscow, had agreed to pursue an overall negotiation in concert with the Soviet Union. In consequence, a Middle East peace conference was assembled in Geneva in December 1973. The conference was meant to provide a forum to legitimize follow-on negotiations. All the regional parties were invited to initial discussions at Geneva, as well as the United States and the Soviet Union as facilitators of the peace process. Egypt was under political pressure, verging on obligation to participate. It had joined the Khartoum Declaration in 1967, which had rejected separate Arab negotiations with Israel, as had Sadat's own pronouncements before and during the 1973 war. Sadat, recognizing Egypt's and his allies' momentum toward the Geneva Conference, decided to unilaterally ensure its abandonment. Weary of inter-Arab disputes and distrustful of the Soviets, Sadat rejected an overall approach, fearing that the multiplication of vetoes would thwart agreement and that Cold War rivalries would overwhelm Arab priorities. And indeed any prospects for agreement at Geneva quickly dissolved. Assad of Syria refused to attend. The participation of Jordan, which was governing the West Bank, became a matter of controversy. The Soviet Union was more concerned with the evolution of détente than with the regional negotiation, or else it tolerated a step-by-step approach because it was convinced that it would fail. Thus the Geneva Conference of the United States, the Soviet Union, Israel, Egypt, and Jordan suspended itself to permit exploration of separate component issues, which in any case had been the design of both Sadat and the United States. Everything depended now on whether Egypt and Israel could transform exploratory discussions into something tangible. This required agreement on the extent of Israeli withdrawal, on the definition between the parties of zones of armaments limitations, on the ending of Arab boycotts and on ways to control and legitimize any agreements. Israel's willingness to undertake its first withdrawal from occupied territory would determine the outcome. For that reason, Moshe Dayan became a key player. As close to a professional military person as the Israeli system of citizen soldier permits, distinguished by the range and suppleness of his intellect, Dayan was seemingly made to guide the emerging peace process for Israel. But the opportunity found him melancholy. He had been surprised by the outbreak of the war, tricked by Sadat's feints, and he knew that he would pay a political price for having misjudged the mobilization. Both he and Meir would be out of office by June 1974. Yet Dayan performed his task with dignity. He understood the profound significance of Israel's first territorial withdrawal from the 1967 borders. And he knew that, although his personal participation was coming to an end, he stood at the beginning of a process that was expected to develop its own momentum. On January 4, 1974, in Washington to begin the negotiations, Dayan proposed a withdrawal line of some 12 to 20 miles from the Suez Canal, far less than Sadat had put forward in his Kissinger plan. But, according to Dayan, it was the maximum feasible concession. Any farther east and Israel would lose control of the only north-south road in the Sinai west of the passes. Dayan had no interest in assuming a tougher line for bargaining purposes, and he wanted to avoid political maneuvering. In 7 hours of discussion extending over 2 days, he laid out his proposal on an elaborate map of new dividing lines, including zones of limited armaments 132. The following week, I delivered Dayan's meticulous map to Sadat. Our meetings on the details of disengagement had been set for Aswan, a desert city 425 miles south of Cairo, where Sadat was spending the winter. At our first meeting on January 11, he put forward 2 startling propositions. He would accept the Israeli withdrawal lines if I would remain in the region to accelerate the outcome in a shuttle between Egypt and Israel. Sadat then gave himself, and the American team, a deadline. For the next weekend, January 18, he had scheduled a visit to his Arab brethren to discuss the oil embargo that OPEC had imposed on the United States during the October War. If a disengagement agreement were concluded by then, and Sadat hoped it would be, he would urge an end to the embargo. Although he felt that some of the Israeli proposals involved compromises to sovereignty that could not be countenanced, those issues could be raised at a later stage of the negotiations. The shuttle sped up negotiations in an unprecedented manner. 7. Shuttles took place between January 11 and January 18, 133. During one of them, January 12 to 13, Diane came up with a complicated outline of the substance of demilitarization within the disengagement zones. On January 14, Sadat, for the only time in my acquaintance with him, changed the arrangement from a face-to-face meeting to a conference, with the American team, Ambassador Herman Eales and Joe Sisko, facing him, and Foreign Minister Fahmy and Defense Minister Gamazi across the table, perhaps in an effort to share the responsibility for painful decisions. That occasion turned into a dramatic confrontation between Sadat and his associates. The withdrawal line was reaffirmed without controversy, but Diane's proposal for zones of limited armaments in territory vacated by Israeli forces evoked passionate opposition. Sadat had expressed to me previously his firm conviction that a foreign country, especially a foreign country at war with Egypt, must not be allowed to prescribe the deployment of Egyptian forces to defend Egypt on Egyptian soil. Fahmy and Gamazi now objected on similar grounds, and in particular to the proposed limit of 30 Egyptian tanks across the Suez Canal. Gamazi vehemently closed his argument with, "No self-respecting Egyptian officer will sign an agreement containing such a provision." Sadat sat silently for a few moments. He emerged from this pensive state with an odd question to me: can we form a working committee from both sides here? He meant everyone around the table except him and me. When I agreed, he suggested that the group develop limitations for armaments, reserving the issue of tanks to himself and me. He then invited me to follow him into an adjoining room. Once alone, he asked, referring to the limit on tanks across the Suez Canal, "Does she, Prime Minister Meir, mean it?" I replied, "She is bargaining. But you have to decide how much time you want to spend on this issue." Sadat replied, "Let us join the others," without telling me his decision. At the conference table, he settled the controversy: "I have accepted 30 as the limit for Egyptian tanks across the canal. Dr. Kissinger will get me more, and you, Gamazi, will sign it." Sadat had avoided the looming deadlock. The working group agreed on limits for major categories of weapons. These were then passed to the Kilometer 101 Technical Group, established at the end of the war for implementing negotiated language. Meir then raised the number of Egyptian tanks permitted on the east bank of the canal to over 100. The shuttle procedure not only speeded decisions, it enabled Sadat to deepen and advance the dialogue. Meir, he said, would understand that the size of the tank force across the canal was largely of symbolic significance. If I want to attack, I will put 1,000 tanks across the canal in one night. So, as a sign of my commitment to peace, you can convey to Meir my assurance that I will put no tanks across the canal. But I want the Prime Minister to understand that the entire future of the agreement depends on psychological factors. Israel must not offend the dignity of the Egyptian armed forces by overbearing demands. You can tell her from me that I have committed myself to this course. 134. During the next shuttle, January 16, Sadat asked for a map of the proposed arms limitation zones between Egyptian and Israeli forces in the Sinai. He summarily struck out its many subdivisions. In their place, he drew one simple dividing line, splitting the zones into two parts, one Israeli, the other Egyptian. Limitations, he said, should be spelled out as distances from those lines to the canal, not in terms of national forces. He also came up with an ingenious idea for avoiding debates about who had yielded to whom, Israel and Egypt, rather than describing the agreement as a series of obligations each to the other, should express them as mutual commitments to the President of the United States. In this manner, the agreement would be indirectly guaranteed by Washington. To stress the American role in the supervision, he proposed 2 UN technical inspection units using American technology and American personnel along the Suez Canal. It took only 2 more shuttles to put the first disengagement agreement into final form. After months of war and tactical maneuvers, Sadat had needed a mere week of dialogue to construct a moment when both parties dared to pronounce the word peace. After approving the working group's final document for transmission to Israel, he added a message to Medir about his dedication to a genuine peace. It paralleled what he had said during the discussion on tank limits a few days earlier. You must take my word seriously. When I made my initiative in 1971, I meant it. When I threatened war, I meant it. When I talk of peace now, I mean it. We never had contact before. We now have the services of Dr. Kissinger. Let us use him and talk to each other through him. 135. It was still a step short of direct dialogue. The Israeli Prime Minister received me while bedridden with the flu. It is a good thing, she said laconically. Why is he doing it? A day later, she decided on a formal answer. I brought the final text of the agreement to Sadat, together with Medir's reply, his first official, direct contact with an Israeli head of government. Her private letter read in part: I am deeply conscious of the significance of a message received by the Prime Minister of Israel from the President of Egypt. It is indeed a source of great satisfaction to me, and I sincerely hope that these contacts between us through Dr. Kissinger will continue, and prove to be an important turning point in our relations. I, for my part, will do my best to establish trust and understanding between us. Both our peoples need and deserve peace. It is my strongest conviction that peace is the goal toward which we must direct all our energies. Let me reiterate what you said in your message: when I talk of permanent peace between us, I mean it. 136. Sadat had just finished reading the letter and folding it when an assistant entered the room and whispered something in his ear. Sadat walked over to me and kissed me on both cheeks. They have just signed the disengagement agreement at kilometer 101. I am today taking off my military uniform. I never expect to wear it again except for ceremonial occasions. Sadat added that he would depart that same day for Arab capitals, where he would describe what had been negotiated. I told him that I would be leaving that evening for Damascus to continue the step-by-step process with Assad, Sadat's ally in the war and partner in the 1967 Arab agreement never to negotiate on peace with Israel. It was important for Sadat's position in the Arab world that some progress be made on behalf of Syria. Sadat, while approving the diplomacy, had another idea: it would be good for you to spend a day in Luxor to experience the greatness of history, and, he added with one of his pauses, its fragility. The Syrian dimension of the individuals profiled in this volume, Sadat was the one whose philosophical and moral vision constituted the greatest breakthrough for his time and context. Syrian President Hafez al-Assad, in contrast, adopted a purely practical approach. Ruthless and highly intelligent, he aspired to leadership in the Arab world while conscious of his inability to achieve it. Syria, unlike Egypt, had a relatively short history of self-government. Centuries of conquest and division, of achievements alternating with catastrophes, had reduced Syria's magnitude and self-confidence necessary to act autonomously. Without Sadat's faith in his country's internal capacities, Assad sustained Syria through confrontations with its international environment by tenaciousness, willpower, and cunning. Damascus is at one and the same time the fount of modern Arab nationalism and a case study of its frustration at the hands of foreigners. Assad said to me on one occasion that before the First World War, Syria had been betrayed by Turkey, after it by Britain and France, and after the Second World War by America in backing the State of Israel. He thus had no incentive to form a cooperative relationship with the United States and made no effort to relate Syria to Western proposals for peace. He was outraged by Sadat's separate efforts, to the point of refusing to receive the Egyptian president in Damascus after the disengagement agreement, instead accepting Sadat's report of the first shuttle at the airport. But Assad was willing to promote Syria's specific interests. In particular, he wanted to regain the territory along the road to Damascus that had been acquired by Israel in its final offensive of the October War, and to apply the military disengagement of the Sinai Agreement to the Golan Heights, which had been occupied by Israel since 1967. Our dialogue thus consisted of highly granular discussions of military arrangements. No elevated language spurred the process. It was a practical progression that from time to time had to be salvaged from breakdowns that Assad himself would generate. I once described Assad's negotiating tactic as moving toward the edge of a precipice and occasionally jumping off it, counting on the presence of a tree to arrest his fall and enable him to climb back up. Using as a model the Sinai principles on the separation of forces, but without the accelerant of Sadat's moral vision, Assad put the Syrian shuttle through 35 days of mile-by-mile negotiations. Every Damascus meeting involved 3 stages, each chaired by Assad: an initial, extensive discussion with Assad alone, using only my interpreter; a session with Assad's military advisors, and a meeting with civilian ministers. He excluded even his interpreter from the first meeting so that he could limit what his subordinates learned of my report from Jerusalem. It was a convoluted style of decision-making, but it allowed Assad to disperse information as he saw fit. It also made for protracted meetings for whose length Israeli leaders could find no explanation and which kept them on edge. On the night of the 34th day, Assad drove matters to a point at which a breakup seemed inevitable. We had already drafted the communique announcing the end of the negotiations, literally as I was heading for the door of our presumed final meeting, when Assad found a way to resume the negotiations. He then expended 5 hours negotiating over negotiations and finally kept us haggling into the evening. In the end, the Syrians squeezed the last drop of blood out of the stone. The demarcation line was adjusted by a few hundred yards in an overall neutral direction. Ultimately, Israel would withdraw from territories 10 miles south of Damascus and from the town of Quneitra. The opposing forces and their weapons would be separated by 30 miles, so that heavy weapons could not reach the front line of the adversary. Assurances of enforcement, as in the Egyptian agreement, were made in a letter by the parties to the U.S. President. Needless to say, the Syrian shuttle did not end with the same elevated feeling as its Egyptian counterpart. The agreement between Syria and Israel was a brutal bargain between adversaries that adjusted only their relative position. Assad chose to follow Sadat's practical solutions while rejecting his moral framework. But, although there was no mention of the nature of peace, Assad was willing to make specific agreements that made the initiation of war much more difficult. Those realistic provisions, unleavened by emotion, were both practical and observable. In the event, the provisions of the so-called Golan Agreement endured, in part because, though Assad could have broken them, he never did. For all his pride and shrewdness, he finally accepted, in practice, an indirect and silent form of recognition of Israel. It had to have been a searing process for a radical to come to grips with such a possibility. His convictions of enmity with Israel were stronger than Sadat's, and so his journey was harder, his progress shorter. But, like Meteor from the other end of the telescope, he had caught a glimpse of the virtue of an end to conflict. Assad could not have achieved either his external purposes or his internal change if it had not been for Sadat's initiative. But he did substantially contribute, albeit through the pursuit of more mundane objectives, to the step-by-step resolution of regional disputes. And, paradoxically, Assad's ability to wring a negotiation dry of its idealism made it politically possible for Sadat to continue on the path to realizing his vision. Another step toward peace, the Sinai II Agreement. After the Syrian disengagement agreement, Sadat expected a return to the peace process with Israel. The logical next step would have been an agreement on the west bank of the Jordan River, occupied by Israel in the June 1967 war. But that path was precluded by internal Arab politics. 137 Although the West Bank had been under the de facto governance of Jordan, it was neither part of Jordan nor itself sovereign. And, on October 28, 1974, soon after the Syrian agreement, the Arab League designated the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians. This ensured that any attempt by Israel to disengage from the West Bank by negotiating with King Hussein of Jordan would have led to immediate civil conflict in the Arab world. And Israel was not prepared to deal with the PLO, sworn to its destruction. The West Bank was thereby removed from the step-by-step diplomacy. Another Egypt-Israel negotiation, on a further Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai, appeared as the sole feasible course for progress. That, however, had to wait until the impact of the resignation of Nixon, in August 1974, could be absorbed. Time had to be left for President Gerald Ford to be briefed internally and to assemble his own White House staff. In his first public statement he appointed me as his Secretary of State, thus assuring continuity. Actually, the most significant assurance of continuity lay in the new president's personality. Raised and educated in Michigan, Ford embodied the most sterling qualities of Middle America: patriotism, confidence in fellowship, trust in American purposes, extraordinary common sense. In agreement with the peace principles for the Middle East that had evolved during his predecessor's tenure, he was above all committed to overcoming America's own internal divisions. Israel, too, had experienced a change of leaders. Prime Minister Meteor had survived the previous December's elections, but public criticism over alleged failures in the prelude to the 1973 war convinced her to step aside. Her successor was Yitzhak Rabin, the first Sabra, native-born Israeli, to become the nation's prime minister. Rabin had been commander of the Israeli army in the 1967 war, and its victories had made him a national hero. Like Sadat, he was a soldier who had turned his aspirations to transcending war. In a poignant speech as prime minister, he said, "As a former military man, I will forever remember the silence of the moment before, the hush when the hands of the clock seemed to be spinning forward, when time is running out and in another hour, another minute, the inferno will erupt. In that moment of great tension just before the finger pulls the trigger, just before the fuse begins to burn, in the terrible quiet of the moment, there is still time to wonder alone, is it really imperative to act? Is there no other choice? No other way? 138. Rabin was as different from Medir as could be imagined. She had come to Israel as a pioneer. To her, every square inch of Israeli territory had been won by blood and was therefore sacred. In this thinking, to trade land for peace was to trade the absolute for the quite possibly ephemeral. To Rabin, born in the country, the wonder of Israel's existence loomed less saliently than the necessities of its survival. Rabin's view, informed by millennia of Jewish history, was that Israel's historical precariousness could only be overcome by linking his people to their Arab neighbors. Highly intelligent and well-educated, Rabin viewed the negotiating process through an analytical lens. To him, the step-by-step approach was a preference he expressed as a piece of land for a piece of peace. Rabin's cerebral version of the step-by-step approach was still not fully expressed in early 1975, when he and Sadat began exploring tentative negotiations along the Sinai model via American mediation *. The early stages were smooth, the two men were committed to the idea of peace and agreed on a gradual, multi-stage approach. For the next step, both gravitated toward another Israeli withdrawal, Sadat in order to continue Egypt's separate journey toward peace, Rabin to acquaint his fractious cabinet with the facts of international life. In March 1975, Rabin sent a letter through me to Sadat. He expressed, in his own way, convictions similar to those Medir had written in January 1974. It has always been my firm conviction that Egypt, by virtue of its cultural heritage, its strength, its size, and its influence, carries a leading voice with respect to the peacemaking effort in our region. From what Dr. Kissinger has conveyed to me, as well as from your public statements, I feel assured that you are determined to make strenuous efforts to achieve a settlement. I, on my part, am determined to make all efforts to promote peace between us, and it is in this spirit that I express the aspiration that we shall yet succeed in reaching an agreement that will do honor to our two peoples. 139. When I delivered the letter, Sadat asked me who had thought it up. I admitted that I had encouraged it. He next inquired, did they write it? This is even more important. I answered truthfully that the letter had been drafted by Rabin. The next day, Sadat asked to see me alone and made the following oral reply. My attitude is that power will never again play a role in the relations of our two peoples. I will try to handle the Arab people if Rabin handles the Israeli people. My determination is to bring about the ultimate withdrawal to agreed lines by peaceful means only. If a Geneva conference is assembled after this agreement is signed, I will not touch this agreement or change anything between us at Geneva. Assure Rabin from my side I am not dreaming of solving this at Geneva. Whatever the problems, I will not use force. I would be ready to meet Rabin whenever the Israeli occupation of Egyptian territory is ended. 140. The concept now on the table was another Israeli withdrawal, this time beyond the passes in the central Sinai. In return, Rabin expected an Egyptian declaration of non-belligerency. A problem then emerged. With the formula a piece of land for a piece of peace, namely, that peace was not as divisible as land. Sadat was not prepared to declare a general end of belligerency, but he was willing to agree to refrain from a list of defined belligerent acts. The steps toward peace to be put forward by Egypt for the Israeli withdrawal beyond the passes proved controversial in Israel and needed to be more than emotive phraseology. Insofar as words could accomplish it, no further reassurance against Israel's nightmares could be imagined, and Sadat's communication with Rabin via American mediation. But Jewish history had taught that assurances alone did not ensure against tragedy. The fragility of human designs required legal or constitutional provisions to ensure their efficacy. An agreement needed to be approved by the Israeli cabinet and parliament, where Rabin, like all of his predecessors, possessed only a tiny majority, 65 out of 141 divisions within the cabinet, voiced especially by Defense Minister Shimon Peres, later Israel's preeminent dove, but at that time a hardliner, could similarly jeopardize any peace plan. By March 1975, a draft treaty existed, but it still had vague elements that needed to be made explicit, especially on the state of belligerency. On March 18, in response to Rabin's objections, Sadat and Fahmy committed Egypt to a pledge not to use force even if the peace process were to falter. Sadat also promised, both to Israel and in a letter to the American president, not to attack Israel provided Israel made the same pledge in the same form to Egypt. And Sadat explicitly accepted that the passes in the Sinai from which Israel would withdraw were to be controlled by UN forces rather than handed over to Egypt. Nevertheless, the Israeli cabinet was not yet ready to embrace what, before the 1973 war, would have been considered fulfillment of their desires. Yuval Allen, the foreign minister, had opposed negotiations with Egypt altogether, preferring talks with Jordan over the West Bank. Defense Minister Peres, a lifelong rival of Rabin, continued to advocate a hard line, categorically rejecting the idea of relinquishing control of the Sinai passes for anything short of an explicit commitment to non-belligerency. Since Sadat felt that he could not formally pledge to end belligerency without rupturing Egypt's ties to the Arab world, the Israeli negotiators sought as a substitute a multiplying list of contingencies. By this route, Sadat could grant the substance of peace item by item while not using the phrase. In the event, these pieces of peace proved insufficient for the expected peace of land. Foundering on these nuances, the negotiations broke up at the end of March 1975. The shuttle was put on pause. It was, as Rabin put it to me, a Greek tragedy 142. President Ford had never been engaged in Mideast diplomacy but was very familiar with the military elements from his service on the House Armed Services Committee. He met with both Rabin and Sadat. The meeting with Sadat seemed beset by the jinx of presidential meetings with Arab leaders in that domestic issues suddenly overwhelmed the issues of Middle East order. The first time Sadat met Nixon, Watergate was at its height, and Nixon resigned 6 weeks later. The weekend of his introduction to Sadat, Ford felt obliged to dismiss his Secretary of Defense, James Schlesinger, and CIA Director, William Colby, to clear the decks for the 1976 presidential campaign. A substantial amount of time had to be devoted to presidential assurances to Sadat regarding the constancy of Ford's administration. Ford took the suspension of the shuttle hard. While making no secret of his restlessness, which I shared, he had decided to give Rabin time to conclude the internal Israeli debate. This was facilitated by Peres, who had shifted to support the next step, provided the UN inspection system was improved by its being placed near the center of the Sinai. Sadat volunteered another incentive, proposing that warning stations in the Sinai be manned by Americans, and instructing his foreign minister This is an important proposal. Americans would be witnesses. It would be a complete guarantee for the Israelis. 143. An agreement emerged on September 1, 1975. It did not produce the elation of the first disengagement agreement, but it was substantively more significant. Egypt and Israel were balancing military necessities against political conditions. Both sides declared that, on defined issues, force would not be used. Israel gave up the passes. Egypt renounced the use of force against Israel in a range of circumstances, even pledging not to support Syria in another attack on Israel. These measures would define Israel's and Egypt's entire perceptions of one another. Sadat and Rabin were reaching for a comprehensive solution, not for the entire region but in essence with each other. Both sides' options were narrowed by their achievements, in Sadat's case by his increasing movement to the edge of what his people could understand or bear, and in Rabin's case by his own gradual movement toward a new definition of peace that was no longer a matter of pieces of land. Sadat's journey to Jerusalem. Both Israel and Egypt understood that little space was left for another interim agreement in the Sinai. But in late 1976, with an American election imminent, they began to explore another step, which would have been to draw a line from El Arish to Ras Muhammad within 20 miles of Israel's border, indeed, to the same Kissinger line that Sadat had proposed in our first meeting almost 3 years earlier. Had Ford won the election, the El Arish, Ras Muhammad line, in return for an end of belligerency, would have been his first foreign policy move after inauguration. Through the last year of the Ford administration and the first year of Jimmy Carter's, Sadat tried to keep the United States engaged in his vision of a wider peace. In August 1976, he told U.S. Ambassador Herman Eilts that he hoped a new American proposal would come soon, and if it did not, he would encourage the Israelis to put all cards on the table. 144. During the 1976 election campaign, the Carter team had committed itself to an overall agreement between Israel and all of its Arab neighbors, to be achieved at a conference of all the parties, with the future of Palestine as a key subject. President Carter's inauguration in January 1977 thus put an end to the step-by-step process as an American strategy. On April 3, 1977, believing that the Americans hold more than 99% of the cards in the game, Sadat presented a plan for peace to the newly inaugurated President Carter. 145 In reiterating the need for a Palestinian state and for Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 borders, Sadat said he was also prepared formally to recognize Israel and would not object to U.S. aid or guarantees to the prospective Palestinian state. 146. Nothing could have been further from Sadat's mind, or the Israelis, than a multilateral Middle East conference, let alone an attempt at a comprehensive settlement. For one thing, any such gathering would invite proposals for returning to the pre-state frontiers of 1947, which no political party in Israel accepted, at least where the West Bank was concerned. The 1947 partition plan called for a line on the West Bank, within 10 miles of the road between Israel's two principal cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa, and even closer to Ben Gurion Airport, Israel's only international hub. For another, a multi-party conference would also resurrect the question of the PLO's presence, which Israel refused to consider, and the problematic issue of Soviet participation. Sadat continued to oppose a comprehensive conference because it would have reintroduced Soviet influence into the Middle East, given Syria a veto over Egypt's diplomacy and threatened his understanding of how peace might gradually be achieved. But President Carter was unconvinced by Sadat's April proposal and disturbed by the Egyptians' resistance to the comprehensive approach. To overcome Sadat's objections, on October 21, 1977, Carter appealed directly to him to support the Conference 147, afraid that the president might force him into a diplomacy in which hostile Soviets and suspicious Arab allies could block his efforts. Sadat leaped directly to ultimate goals. If a lasting rearrangement of the Egyptian-Israeli relationship was to be achieved, it would require another shock to the system. Sadat wrote later that Carter's advocacy for peace directed my thinking for the first time toward the initiative that I was to take. 148. By way of a response to Carter's letter, Sadat's address at the opening of the new Egyptian parliament on November 9, 1977, sounded familiar. Cues of going to the ends of the earth for peace. 149. This time, however, he included a brief mention of a hypothetical visit to Israel. Israel will be surprised when it hears me say that I won't refuse to go to their own home, to the Knesset itself, to discuss peace with them. 150. Sadat buried the Knesset reference amidst positive mentions of Carter's proposed Geneva Conference. 151, which he did not dare to reject. For the sake of Yasser Arafat, the PLO leader who was sitting in the audience, he insisted that the negotiating parties at such a conference include Palestinian representatives, a requirement he knew the Israelis would not accept. Though the seriousness of his commitment to peace was plain. 152. Almost no one realized that he was actually floating the idea of a visit to Israel and had no intention of going to Geneva. Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, however, picked up on Sadat's signal. Begin had replaced Rabin as Prime Minister in May 1977. Having emigrated from Poland in 1942, he had at first served as head of the Irgun, an underground paramilitary unit, and then 3 decades in political opposition. Begin was inflexible and legalistic in his view of negotiations. Yet he did not rule out a binding peace with Egypt as long as it did not include the pre-1967 frontiers. 153. On November 15. Perhaps in good faith, or perhaps merely to place Sadat at a disadvantage in world opinion, Begin seized the initiative and formally invited the Egyptian president to Jerusalem. 154. Just after dark on November 19, a Saturday, to respect the Sabbath, Sadat's plane landed in Israel to global astonishment. I had telephoned Sadat the day before to congratulate him on this latest daring peace initiative. I found him relaxed and at peace with himself. Which leading Israeli figure, he asked, did I think he would find most impressive? He himself thought it would probably be the dashing Ezer Weizman, Israel's former Air Force commander and now defense minister in Begin's government, and in his youth a member of the Irgun underground. I suggested Dayan as a possibility. We were both wrong. It turned out to be the old one, Golda Meir. She was among the Israeli leaders in the reception line at the airport. 155. The atmosphere upon Sadat's arrival was tense. The Israelis half expected an ambush, while Sadat's security people feared for his safety. Radicals on either side might have used this dramatic moment to cut his effort short. But some events transcend ordinary calculations. The initial chill subsided as, to a fanfare of trumpets, wildly cheering Israelis welcomed the Egyptian president on a visit that nobody had previously dared to imagine. The morning after his arrival, a Sunday, Sadat prayed at Al-Aqsa Mosque and then visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and Yad Vashem, the Israeli Holocaust Memorial and Museum. Thereafter, his first official act was to address the Knesset. His very presence in that body posed a radical challenge to the historic Arab stand. The speech itself, in traditional classical Arabic, discarded the established rhetoric of entrenched enmity. It rested the achievement of peace not in the tactics of decades of recrimination but in the souls of the adversaries. Frankness makes it incumbent upon me to tell you the following. First, I have not come here for a separate agreement between Egypt and Israel in the absence of a just solution of the Palestinian problem. Never will there be that durable and just peace upon which the entire world insists. Second, I have not come to you to seek a partial peace. Namely to terminate the state of belligerency at this stage and put off the entire problem to a subsequent stage. Equally, I have not come to you for a third disengagement agreement in Sinai or in Golan or the West Bank. For this would mean that we are merely delaying the ignition of the fuse. I have come to you so that together we shall build a durable peace, based on justice to avoid the shedding of one single drop of blood by both sides. It is for this reason that I have proclaimed my readiness to go to the farthest corner of the earth. 156. Settling for any half measures, Sadat said, would mean that we are too weak to shoulder the burdens and responsibilities of a durable peace, based upon justice. 157. But he believed both parties were strong enough to make such a peace. In the emotional culmination of the speech, he asked, why don't we stretch out our hands with faith and sincerity so that, together, we might destroy this barrier. 158. Sadat defined peace not so much as a finalized set of conditions as, above all, a fragile, vulnerable state, to be amended and defended with all possible tenacity against the rebirth of conflict. Peace, Sadat proclaimed, is not a mere endorsement of written lines. Rather it is a rewriting of history. Peace is a giant struggle against all and every ambition and whim. 159. Begin responded with an address that rose above his usual legalistic approach to overcome the inertia of conflict and embrace the full range of diplomatic options. President Sadat knows, and he knew from us before he came to Jerusalem, that our position concerning permanent borders between us and our neighbors differs from his. However, I call upon the President of Egypt and upon all our neighbors, do not rule out negotiations on any subject whatsoever. I propose, in the name of the overwhelming majority of the Parliament, that everything will be negotiable. Everything is negotiable. No side shall say the contrary. No side shall present prior conditions. We will conduct the negotiations with respect. 160. Sadat's journey to Jerusalem was that rare occasion in which the mere fact of an event constitutes an interruption of history and thereby transforms the range of the possible. It was his ultimate revolution, more consequential and truer to the spirit of his leadership than the coup of July 1952, the correction of April 1971, the July 1972 expulsion of the Soviets or the War of October 1973 and its aftermath. The visit marked the fulfillment of Sadat's particular kind of nationalism, which expressed peace as a form of inner liberation. The tortuous road to peace. The October War had cost Egypt more than 10,000 lives, including Sadat's youngest brother, a fighter pilot downed in a raid on an Israeli military airport. For Israel, the figures had been more than 2,600 killed and more than 7,000 wounded. 161. Meeting at an Egyptian military hospital during one of the shuttles, Sadat told me how much his country had suffered from war and that it did not need to produce more martyrs. 162. The next 4 years would demonstrate that Sadat had set too high an initial hurdle for both sides. The first recriminations would come from the Arab world. Prior to the visit to Jerusalem, the last meeting between an Arab head of state and a Zionist or Israeli leader had been when Emir Faisal met with Chaim Weizmann in January 1919, 163. Since then, 4 wars had been fought on the very principles that Sadat proclaimed he was ready to abandon. Aside from the immediate stakes, Arab leaders felt personally betrayed by Sadat's failure to consult them. On a practical level, they worried that his presence in Jerusalem would strengthen the Israelis' negotiating position. 164 Assad of Syria was outright contemptuous. When in 1975 I had asked him for his alternative, he replied, "Isili, you are abandoning Vietnam, you will abandon Taiwan. And we will be here when you grow tired of Israel." 165. Within Sadat's government, too, there was substantial opposition. On November 15, 1977, Foreign Minister Fahmy resigned in protest at the decision to visit Jerusalem. 166 Pressure on Israel from America increased when, on November 19, Begin called Carter to confirm Sadat's arrival in Jerusalem. Carter told him, "You must have observed Fahmy has resigned. There is the need for some tangible contribution for Sadat to take home. He has run high risks." 167 Given this history, it is curious that in the aftermath of his visit, Sadat would sometimes be accused of going through Jerusalem to get to Washington. In fact, he sought to do just the reverse. In July 1977, Libya under Muammar Gaddafi, for whom Sadat had only contempt, had provoked a brief war with Egypt over Sadat's insistence on his pursuit of peace with Israel and his rejection of Gaddafi's proposals of unity with Libya. He later described Sadat's actions as a betrayal of the Arab nation. 168 Syria and the PLO expressed similar outrage in a joint communiqué. Sadat's visit, along with the Sadat Begin plan, has no other aim but to impose a fait accompli on the Arab nation and thereby invalidate all genuine efforts to achieve a just peace based upon total withdrawal from all the occupied Arab territories. 169. A formal Sadat Begin plan was at this point only a fantasy. Nevertheless, at a conference in Tripoli in December 1977, Syria, Algeria, southern Yemen, Libya, and the PLO described Sadat's actions as high treason. 170 There they decided to apply punitive anti-Israel boycott laws to any Egyptian entities that traded with Israel. 171. Shortly thereafter, Egypt severed its relations with 5 Arab states and the PLO. Sadat had hoped that the visit to Jerusalem would complement the exclusive relationship between Israel and America and jolt negotiations for peace into a new phase, to produce a more robust and permanent agreement. 172 He also anticipated that a divided Arab front would give Israel new opportunities for negotiating. 173 But, over the next year, Begin and Sadat achieved only faltering steps toward peace. In December 1977, Begin reciprocated the Jerusalem visit by traveling to the Egyptian city of Ismailia, but the only product of the summit there was an arrangement for meetings of the two sides' military and political experts, which quickly ran into the ground. Begin, like Sadat, had started as a revolutionary. Unlike Sadat, he was the head of government in a country whose neighbors rejected its right to exist. He fought tenaciously on matters of symbol and language. In 1975, in response to the argument that Israel needed to give up territory in order to be recognized by its Arab neighbors, he shot back That the Israeli people don't need legitimacy. We exist. Therefore, we are legitimate. 174 Begin had an even deeper concern than recognition. More than his predecessors, he feared that Sadat would endanger the relationship with America that guaranteed Israel's existence. 175. In March 1978, Sadat wrote to Begin in language recalling the formula Nixon had expressed to Hafiz Ismail in February 1973, security should not be at the expense of land or sovereignty. That principle, Sadat wrote, had already been recognized by Egypt with respect to the existence of Israel, and he would do his part to convince the Arabs and the international community of it. But Israel would have to act according to the same principle. With respect to the Palestinian Arabs, it could not raise the issues in terms of land and sovereignty, and with respect to Egypt, it could not request the sacrifice of land and sovereignty in exchange for peace. Sadat implied that security could be achieved as a stable equilibrium, an agreed-upon balance, sustained above all by overcoming established formulas and founded on a conception of justice that was rooted in the prospect of mutual benefit and the achievement of a shared vision of peace. The two sides failed to come together even after renewed American participation in the spring of 1978. Sadat's frustration grew, as did his separation from his colleagues, who felt that his commitment to peace had become too overriding. Exasperated, Sadat asked Carter to join the negotiating table. The president responded with invitations to both him and Begin for a meeting at Camp David in September 1978. At the outset of the talks, which lasted from September 5 to September 17, bilateral negotiations between the parties were still so fraught that Carter and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance had to mediate to get them started. Sadat had problems even within his own delegation. As he said to one foreign ministry official, "You people in the foreign ministry are under the impression that you understand politics. In reality, however, you understand absolutely nothing. Henceforth I shall not pay the least attention to either your words or your memos. I am a man whose actions are governed by a higher strategy which you are incapable of either perceiving or understanding." 176. Not surprisingly, Fahmi's successor, Foreign Minister Kamel, also resigned, shortly before the conclusion of the Camp David Accords. 177. From the moment he set foot in Jerusalem, Sadat had committed himself irrevocably to an Egyptian-Israeli peace. Over 12 days of negotiations, he substantially modified elements of the standard Arab program. 3 months before the October War, in 1973, Sadat had rejected American views on the opening of the Suez Canal abruptly. No partial solution, no separate solution with Egypt alone, no negotiations whatsoever. My initiative for opening the Suez Canal was not designed at all as a partial or a step-by-step solution, and was not an end in itself. What I said was, let me test your intentions regarding Israel's retreat, so that I be convinced that she would indeed complete her withdrawal. When the final date of evacuation is set, I would then clear the canal. But today, no. 178. At Camp David 5 years later, Sadat agreed to a settlement that, while leaving the fulfillment of its moral spirit to the future, contained detailed steps to be taken immediately and others to be accomplished further down the road. Despite lingering differences, it was built on the trust gradually and mutually accumulated over the previous 4 years. Both sides agreed to renounce the use of force, to normalize relations, to sign a bilateral peace treaty and to allow the continued presence of UN forces around the Suez Canal. Israel agreed to withdraw from the entirety of the Sinai. The step-by-step approach had managed to attain nearly all that the advocates of the comprehensive approach had set out to accomplish in one major conference. At the same time, Egypt's national objectives had been brought about by Sadat's strategy and, beyond that, the definition of principles for regional peace and equilibrium. Israel reached the permanent binding agreement with one neighbor that it had sought with all of them through the decades of its existence. Israel also agreed to explore negotiations toward a peace treaty with Jordan, as well as separate negotiations on the final status of the West Bank and Gaza, to allow a self-governing Palestinian Authority to form, and to include the Palestinians in negotiations on their own future, in a manner that satisfied both Arab substantive and Israeli procedural requirements. For the Camp David Agreement, Sadat and Begin shared the Nobel Peace Prize of 1978. In his acceptance speech on December 10, 1978, Sadat reiterated his vision of peace. Even this triumph, he said, was but an interim end in a much larger process aimed at security, liberty, and dignity for all the peoples of the region. An ultimate and enduring peace, not yet achieved, would be indivisible and comprehensive. The peace he desired would not just save man from death by destructive weapons but also rid humanity of the evils of want and misery. 179 He concluded, peace is a dynamic construction to which all should contribute, each adding a new brick. It goes far beyond a formal agreement or treaty, it transcends a word here or there. That is why it requires politicians who enjoy vision and imagination and who, beyond the present, look toward the future. 180. There was a 6-month gap between the conclusion of the Camp David Accords and the signing of the peace treaty. In the interim, negotiations continued, and Sadat took additional steps to reassure Israel, accepting that Egypt would no longer claim a special role in Gaza and that it would not object to Israel's guarantee from the United States for the loss of oil in the small Sinai oil field. 181 Finally, on March 26, 1979, after approval by the Israeli Knesset and the Egyptian People's Assembly, the peace treaty was signed on the White House lawn. 2 months later, Begin and Sadat met in El Arish for the transfer of that city from Israeli to Egyptian control. They looked on as Egyptian and Israeli soldiers embraced each other and pledged themselves to peace. As Begin remembered the scene in a letter to Sadat, we have learned to transform the treaty into a living reality of peace, friendship, and cooperation. In stating this I cannot but make mention, with the deepest feeling, that meeting we witnessed together at El Arish, between the soldiers, the war invalids of Egypt and Israel, who said to each other and to us, no more war. What a unique, moving scene that was. 182. The unraveling. Sadat's invocation of ancient partnership, the brotherhood of Ismail and Isaac, failed to stir the imagination of those on both sides most needed to fulfill it. Just after Egypt and Israel agreed to the Camp David framework, and before they signed the bilateral treaty normalizing diplomatic relations, it became clear that Israel would resume building settlements in the West Bank and Gaza as soon as the 3-month suspension of construction expired. 183 Sadat wrote to Begin in late November 1978, asking for a timetable for transferring authority to the inhabitants of West Bank and Gaza. 184 Begin responded with a list of Egypt's failures to live up to its own commitments. Begin interpreted the language of the peace treaty as not requiring the Israel Defense Forces to withdraw from the West Bank or Gaza, and that the Palestinians had been granted the status not of a political entity, but rather of an administrative council. 185 On July 30, 1980, the Knesset once again proclaimed Jerusalem to be Israel's capital. Sadat protested, proposing instead a unified administration but divided sovereignty over Jerusalem. Begin replied that the city was indivisible. 186 In a letter received by Begin on August 15, 1980, Sadat wrote that, under such circumstances it would be impossible to resume negotiations. 187. While Israel challenged particular provisions, the Arab world opposed the entire agenda of the Camp David Accords. Arab states saw the peace treaty as a violation of the 1950 Arab League Agreement on Joint Defense and Economic Cooperation, which prohibited any member from entering into a separate peace with Israel. 188 Prominent Arab leaders repudiated the Camp David Accords for failing to settle the final status of the West Bank and Gaza and for not including the PLO in negotiations. 189 King Hussein of Jordan vehemently denounced the treaty and described himself as absolutely shattered by Sadat's actions. 190 On March 31, 1979, the Arab League suspended Egypt from membership and resolved to move its headquarters from Cairo to Tunis. In December 1979, the UN General Assembly voted 102 to 37 to condemn the accords and other partial settlements on the grounds that they neglected Palestinian rights. Almost all of the Arab League members who had not already severed diplomatic relations with Egypt promptly did so. External Arab opposition fueled existing hostility to Sadat within Egypt. After the 1973 war, he had gained the political legitimacy to shed Nasser's legacy by dint of crossing the Suez Canal. In the spring of 1974, he introduced his signature domestic legislation, the Infida or open door policy that liberalized Egypt's economy. The Infida was intended to spur foreign aid and investment and bring about an economic boom. Aid did arrive. From 1973 to 1975, Arab states gave Egypt more than $4 billion. And American economic assistance would also multiply, reaching $1 billion annually by 1977. 191 That figure, approaching quantitative parity with American aid to Israel, was greater than U.S. aid to all of Latin America and the rest of Africa combined. 192 But although Egypt's GDP growth rate accelerated, from 1.5% in 1974 to 7.4% in 1981, 193 the anticipated boom in investment and productivity never followed. Egypt failed to develop indigenous capital. 194 short-term loans bore interest rates of up to 20%, and 90% of the funds used in public projects came from outside Egypt. 195 In January 1977, when Sadat tried to roll back subsidies on staple foods like bread, riots broke out across the country, with demonstrations of 30,000 people in Cairo alone. 196 Sadat's economic policies also created a visible class of well-to-do foreigners. Militant Islamic groups, composed largely of members of the middle or lower middle class, took to overt protest and opposition. 197 Some of his staunchest antagonists were Muslim brothers whom Sadat had released from prison without realizing the degree to which many of them had become his enemies while incarcerated. 198 The two most powerful Islamic militant groups at the time, Repentance and Holy Flight, Al-Takfir w al-Hijra, and the Islamic Liberation Organization, Munazamat al-Tahrir al-Islami, both of which were dedicated to fighting Western influence and Zionism, also opposed Sadat's peace efforts. 199 Interpreting his November 1977 Knesset speech, in which he described Israel as an established fact, as recognition of the Israeli state and thus a contravention of Islamist doctrine. 200 His proposal to build a church, mosque, and synagogue on Mount Sinai, which had been made public in the summer of 1978. 201 was denounced as blasphemous. The fundamentalists were passionately opposed also to Sadat's legislative efforts promoting women's rights, dubbed Jahan's laws after his young, half-English wife who advocated birth control and the liberalizing of divorce laws. Opposition turned to violence. In July 1977, a fundamentalist group kidnapped and executed one of Sadat's former ministers. 202 In response, Sadat passed legislation ordering a death sentence for anyone belonging to a secret armed organization. 203 Jahan Sadat, then studying for a master's degree, became alarmed for her husband's safety. As she would recall in her memoirs, "I wondered whether Anwar knew how deeply they were against him. My husband had advisors and intelligence reports, but I had more access to the people. Anwar occasionally visited the universities, but I saw the fundamentalists with my own eyes every day. And unlike some advisors, I was not afraid to pass on an unfavorable report. Fundamentalism is growing, Anwar, I cautioned him during the fall of '79. If you do not act, soon they may gain the political strength to overthrow everything you stand for." 204 Tensions in Egypt worsened after the formal conclusion of peace. In 1979, the Arab League declared the end of its economic aid as well as of private bank loans and oil exports to Egypt. 205 The Iranian Revolution pitted Sadat against the Islamists celebrating the rise of Ayatollah Khomeini. Sadat and the Shah had formed a personal friendship while the former was still vice president, and the latter had extended financial assistance after the 1973 war and oil supplies during a shortage in 1974. 206 He remained Sadat's supporter after the trip to Jerusalem. 207 In 1980, Sadat would welcome the exiled Shah to Egypt when his refuge in Panama was threatened by Iranian requests for his extradition. 208 Sadat's domestic challenges were compounded by the disquiet among the 1952 revolutionaries who had since governed on the basis of the army's prestige and of Nasser's ability to evoke mass passions. Although Sadat undertook some political reforms, nominally replacing the single-party system with multi-party elections in 1976 and using referenda to circumvent the National Assembly, he had not fundamentally altered the constitution of the Free Officers' Government, which enshrined authoritarian rule, and he had also maintained the dominance of the military elite. Sensing the growth in opposition, Sadat, out on a limb, followed his usual tactic of dealing with opponents by confronting them head-on. He clamped down on free speech, dissolved student unions and banned vectors of religious extremism. 209 In the process, Sadat shrank the group of those around him, finding himself in a classic dilemma. The deeper his conflict with the ideological majority, and the shallower his support, the more precarious his situation became. In September 1981, after a summer of Muslim Coptic violence, Sadat carried out mass arrests, imprisoning more than 1,500 activists. 210 He even detained both the Coptic Pope and the Supreme Guide of the Muslim Brotherhood. 211 The steady growth of religious extremism posed a central paradox for Sadat's domestic program. As one contemporary observer put it, the more liberal and democratic Sadat wants to be in order to carry out his dream, the more attentive and responsive he must become to Popular demands to revert to the tradition of Islam. 212 His pursuit of the dream of reconciliation turned into a choice for martyrdom. Assassination. As a young boy, Sadat had admired the efforts of Egyptian patriots to fight for independence. He cherished one legend in particular, that of Zoran, a young Egyptian sentenced to hanging by the British. While others shuffled meekly to their fates, Zoran walked to the scaffold with his head held high, proclaiming in defiance, "I am dying to free Egypt." Sadat's daughter Camelia wrote that, all his life, her father had modeled his conduct on Zoran's example. 213. On October 6, 1981, Egypt celebrated the 8th anniversary of the October War. Sadat was sitting on a reviewing stand at a military parade when suddenly one of the trucks slowed to a halt. A group of soldiers, fundamentalists within the Egyptian military, including an Islamic Jihad member who had escaped arrest in the earlier crackdown, started firing on Sadat. They killed the president and 10 others. Sadat had believed that Egypt's freedom would be achieved first through independence and then through historic reconciliation. His aim was to resurrect an ancient dialogue between Jews and Arabs, based on his understanding that their histories were meant to intertwine. It was precisely this belief in the compatibility and coexistence of societies founded on different religious faiths that his opponents found intolerable. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, Prime Minister Begin praised Sadat's visit to Jerusalem and declared that he had been murdered by the enemies of peace, adding, his decision to come to Jerusalem and the reception accorded to him by the people, the Knesset, and the government of Israel will be remembered as one of the great events of our time. President Sadat did not pay attention to abuse and hostility, and went ahead with endeavors to abolish the state of war with Israel and to make peace with our nation. It was a difficult road. 214. Sadat's funeral was held on October 10. President Reagan, having himself just survived an assassination attempt, could not attend. In his stead, and as a symbol of America's respect, he sent Presidents Nixon, Ford and Carter, along with Secretary of State Alexander Haig, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and UN Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick. As a special courtesy, he attached me, then in private life, to the delegation. The funeral was a strange affair, tightly managed by security forces. With a sense of shock still hanging in the air, the streets were quiet. There was none of the public outpouring of grief that had accompanied Nasser's funeral. The identity of the group responsible for his murder had not yet been clarified, but it was obvious that there had been high-level collusion, at least within the military. 215 This meant the prominent guests at the funeral procession, among them the three American presidents, Begin, Lee Kuan Yew, the Prince of Wales, former British Prime Minister James Callaghan, British Foreign Secretary Lord Carrington, French President François Mitterrand and former President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt and Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher, and European Parliament President Simone Veil. 216, had to be protected as if potential targets. Just 2 days earlier, insurgents had attempted to overrun a regional security headquarters to the south of Cairo. The Libyan government, rejoicing at President Sadat's death, was spreading false reports of more violence in Egypt. When several hundred mourners tried to merge into the procession, guards fired shots in the air to keep them out. The 100 or so VIP guests had been assembled in a tent on the grounds of the parade route where Sadat was murdered. After a wait of well over an hour, we walked behind Sadat's coffin along the same route as the military parade 4 days earlier, passing the place of his assassination on our way to bury him. The eeriness of the funeral echoed the unsettled prospects of the Middle East. Sadat's conduct had reflected his confidence that his counterparts might choose his path. His death symbolized the penalty they might have to pay as radical regimes, exemplified by Gaddafi's reign of political violence, which sponsored terrorism from Scotland to Berlin, overwhelmed parts of the Arab world. Those who stood for moderation were thrown into jeopardy. As I said on the night of his death, Sadat had taken from our shoulders the burdens of many difficult uncertainties. 217, burdens that others would now have to assume. Sadat's epitaph contains a verse from the Quran: do not consider those killed for the sake of Allah dead but alive and blessed by the side of the Almighty. Below that, it reads, hero of war and peace. He lived for the sake of peace and was martyred for the sake of his principles. 218. On the occasion of a visit to Egypt in April 1983, I paid my respects at Sadat's tomb. I was the only mourner present. Epilogue: the unrealized legacy. Anwar Sadat is best known for the peace treaty with Israel that he brought to Egypt. His ultimate design, however, was not a peace treaty. Great though that achievement was, but a historic modification in Egypt's pattern of being and a new order in the Middle East as a contribution to the peace of the world. From his youth, he recognized that Egypt, as a result of its history, was no more suited to being a subjugated province than it was to being the ideological leader of the Arab world. Its strength lay in its aspiration to an eternal identity. Egypt's geographical location between the Arab world and the Mediterranean was both a potential asset and a liability. Sadat envisioned Egypt as a peaceful Islamic nation, strong enough to partner with its erstwhile enemy rather than either dominating it or being dominated by it. He understood that a just peace could be achieved only through an organic evolution and the recognition of mutual interests, not from imposition by outside powers. And the culmination of that process would be a universal acceptance of such principles. Sadat's overall vision was too out of joint with that of his colleagues and contemporaries to be sustained. What survived him were the practical elements that he considered ephemeral. The crucial contest in the modern Middle East is still with us. It is a competition between advocates of a religiously or ideologically pluralistic order, who treat their personal and communal convictions as compatible with a state-based system, and Sadat's repudiators engaged in the articulation of a comprehensive theology or ideology across every domain of life. As imperial ambitions threaten to swallow states whole, and insurgencies divide them from within, Sadat's vision of international order among sovereign states, based on national interests defined in moral terms, could be a bulwark against calamity. In an address delivered in May 1979 at Ben-Gurion University, where he was receiving an honorary degree, Sadat called for a revival of the spirit of relative tolerance of Islam's medieval golden age. He added, "The challenge before us is not one of scoring a point here or there, rather, it is how to build a viable structure for peace for your generation and for the generations to come. Fanaticism and self-righteousness are no answer to the complex problems of today. The answer is tolerance, compassion, and magnanimity. We will be judged not by the hard positions we took but by the wounds we heal, the souls we saved, and the suffering we eliminated." 219. One of Sadat's primary aims was to demonstrate Egypt's inherent independence. At a private dinner after our official relationship had ended, I remarked that the Americans he had worked with owed him a debt of gratitude for making us look better than we were. With some Emphasis, Sadat replied that his work had not been done for the sake of his or anyone's reputation. He had embarked on his mission to restore the dignity and hope of the Egyptian people and set standards for peace in the world. As he said at the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty signing ceremony in March 1979. Let there be no more wars or bloodshed between Arabs and Israelis. Let there be no more suffering or denial of rights. Let there be no more despair or loss of faith. Let no mother lament the loss of her child. Let no young man waste his life on a conflict from which no one benefits. Let us work together until the day comes when they beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And God does call to the abode of peace. He does guide whom he pleases to his way. 220. Yet Sadat did not merely express his civilization, he modified and ennobled it. Much as he revered the epic past, his signal accomplishment was to transcend the pattern of Egypt's recent history. In the same way, as a prisoner, he had transcended confinement by opening himself to moral and philosophical change. As he reflected on those years in his memoirs. Inside Cell 54, as my material needs grew increasingly less, the ties which had bound me to the natural world began to be severed, one after another. My soul, having jettisoned its earthly freight, was freed, and took off like a bird soaring into space, into the furthest regions of existence. Into infinity. My narrow self ceased to exist, and the only recognizable entity was the totality of existence, which aspired to a higher transcendental reality. 221. In this spirit, later in life, he bridged the gaps between Egyptian and Israeli perceptions and the initial incommensurabilities of their negotiating positions. He understood that a zero-sum mindset would only freeze in place a status quo as antithetical to the Egyptian national interest as it was to the cause of peace. He then had the extraordinary courage to realize that revolution. In this effort, he had important Israeli partners. Israel's geography did not lend itself to heroic gestures. Yet the Israeli leaders who partnered with Sadat, Golda Meir, Yitzhak Rabin, and Menachem Begin, were moved by his vision of peace. 222. Rabin in particular articulated a notion of peace parallel to Sadat's. On the occasion of the Jordanian peace agreement in 1994, he said to the American Congress, "In the Bible, our book of books, peace is mentioned, in its various idioms, 237 times. In the Bible, from which we draw our values and our strength. In the book of Jeremiah, we find a lamentation for Rachel the matriarch. It reads, 'Refrain your voice from weeping, and your eyes from tears, for their work shall be rewarded, says the Lord. I will not refrain from weeping for those who are gone. But on this summer day in Washington, far from home, we sense that our work will be rewarded, as the prophet foretold. 223. Both Rabin and Sadat were struck down by assassins hostile to the changes that peace might bring. Shortly after Sadat's assassination, I wrote that it was too early to judge whether he had started an irreversible movement of history or had consigned himself to the fate of the ancient pharaoh Akhenaten, who dreamed of monotheism amidst the panoply of Egyptian deities a millennium before it was accepted among mankind. 224. 40 years later, the long-lived Egypt-Israel peace agreement, the parallel Israeli agreement with Jordan, even the Syrian disengagement agreement, and most recently the Abraham Accords, a series of diplomatic normalizations between Israel and Arab nations signed in the summer and fall of 2020, stand as Sadat's vindication. What is more, even where formal agreements have yet to be concluded, time has worn away some of the sands of illusion to expose the harder rock of Sadat's truth. Early in our acquaintance, I sometimes wondered whether Sadat might have been playing a longer game than he was given time to finish. Once he had fulfilled his immediate purposes, might he have returned to earlier convictions, or reached for a different, even more sweeping perception? The only version of Sadat that I can speak to with confidence is the one I knew. We spent hours together on the various negotiations described in this chapter and many evenings for the rest of his life in more abstract but equally edifying conversation as friends. The Sadat with whom I was familiar had moved from a strategic to a prophetic vision. The Egyptian people asked no more of him than the return to the pre-war borders. What he gave them, starting with his speech to the Knesset, was a vision of universal peace, which I believe was his definitive incarnation and the culmination of his convictions. Our last conversation took place in August 1981 on a flight from Washington to New York after his first meeting with President Reagan. He had by then encountered 4 American presidents in 7 years, each with a modified program. He was visibly tired. But suddenly he turned to me and spoke about a cherished symbolic project. Next March, the Sinai will come back to us, he said. There will be a great celebration. You helped take the first step, and you should come celebrate with us. Then there was one of his long and pensive pauses as empathy overtook exuberance. No, you shouldn't, he continued. It will be very painful for the Israelis to give up this territory. It would hurt the Jewish people too much to see you in Cairo celebrating with us. You should come a month later. Then you and I can drive alone to Mount Sinai, where I intend to build a synagogue, a mosque, and a church. This will be a better commemoration. 225. Sadat was assassinated at a parade to celebrate the watershed event, which he had initiated and which had transformed the Middle East. He did not live to witness the return of the Sinai from Israel, which he had brought about. The houses of worship on Mount Sinai that he envisioned are not yet being built. His vision of peace is still waiting for its incarnation. But Sadat was both patient and serene. His perspective was that of ancient Egypt, which treated fulfillment as the unfurling of eternity. 5. Lee Kuan Yew, The Strategy of Excellence. A visit to Harvard. On November 13, 1968, Lee Kuan Yew, the then 45-year-old Prime Minister of Singapore, arrived at Harvard University for what he described as a month-long sabbatical once Singapore had become independent only 3 years earlier, but Lee had been its prime minister since 1959, when the city gained autonomy in the twilight of British rule. Lee told the Harvard Crimson, the student newspaper, that his aims were to get fresh ideas, to meet stimulating minds, to go back enriched with a fresh burst of enthusiasm for what I do, adding, in a touch of self-effacement, I intend to study all the things I've been doing ad hoc, without the proper tutoring the past 10 years. 2 asterisk. He was soon invited to a meeting by the faculty of Harvard's Littauer Center, now the Kennedy School of Government, which comprised professors of government, economics, and development. At the time, Americans knew little about Lee, or the tiny, newly established country he represented. The essence of the faculty's understanding was that our guest led a semi-socialist party and a post-colonial state. As such, when he sat down at the large oval table, he was warmly welcomed as a kindred spirit by my predominantly liberal colleagues assembled for the occasion. Compact, and radiating energy, Lee wasted no time on small talk or introductory remarks. Instead, He asked for the faculty's views on the war in Vietnam. 3. My colleagues, voicing passionate opposition to the conflict and to America's part in it, were divided primarily over whether President Lyndon B. Johnson was a war criminal or merely a psychopath. After a number of the professors had spoken, the dean of the Lit Hour faculty invited Lee to express his views, smiling in a way that clearly anticipated approbation. With his first words, Lee went straight to the point, "You make me sick." Then, without making any attempt to ingratiate himself, he proceeded to explain that Singapore, as a small country in a tumultuous part of the world, depended for its survival on an America confident in its mission of providing global security and powerful enough to counter the communist guerrilla movements that were then seeking, with support from China, to undermine the young nations of Southeast Asia. Neither a supplication for assistance nor an appeal to virtue, Lee's response was instead a dispassionate analysis of the geopolitical realities of his region. He described what he believed was Singapore's national interest, to achieve economic viability and security. He made clear that his country would do what it could in pursuit of both objectives, aware that America would make its own decisions about any assistance for its own reasons. He invited his interlocutors to join him, less in a common ideology than in a joint exploration of the necessary. To the astonished Harvard faculty, Lee articulated a worldview free of anti-American animus and post-imperial resentment. He neither blamed the United States for Singapore's challenges nor expected it to solve them. Rather, he sought American goodwill so that Singapore, lacking oil and other natural riches, could grow through the cultivation of what he said was its principal resource, the quality of its people, whose potential could develop only if they were not abandoned to communist insurgency, invasion by neighboring countries or Chinese hegemony. Earlier that year, British Prime Minister Harold Wilson had announced the withdrawal of all forces east of Suez, requiring the closure of the massive Royal Navy base that had been a pillar of Singapore's economy and security. Lee was therefore seeking an American hand to help counter the difficulties he saw looming. He framed this task less in terms of the prevailing moral categories of the Cold War than as an element in the construction of a regional order, in the sustaining of which America should develop its own national interest. One of the essential qualities of a statesman is the ability to resist being swept along by the mood of the moment. Lee's performance in that long ago Harvard seminar was instructive not only for the clarity of his analysis of both America's and Singapore's positions in the world, but also for his courage in going against the grain. It was a quality which he would display many times in his career. The giant from Lilliput. Lee's achievements were distinct from those of the other leaders described in this volume. Each of them represented a major country, with a culture formed over centuries, if not millennia. For such leaders, as they attempt to guide their society from a familiar past to an evolving future, success is measured by their ability to direct their society's historical experience and values so that its potential may be fulfilled. The statesmanship practiced by Lee Kuan Yew developed from different origins. When he became leader of independent Singapore in August 1965, he took charge of a country that had never before existed, and hence, in effect, had no political past except as an imperial subject. Lee's achievements were to overcome his nation's experience, to establish a distinct conception of itself by conjuring up a dynamic future from a society composed of divergent ethnic groups and to transform a poverty-ridden city into a world-class economy. In the process, he grew into a world statesman and sought after advisor to the great powers. Richard Nixon said he showed the ability to rise above the resentments of the moment and of the past and think about the nature of the new world to come, for Margaret Thatcher called him one of the 20th century's most accomplished practitioners of statecraft. 5. Lee accomplished all this in the face of seemingly crippling disadvantages. Singapore's territory was some 224 square miles at low tide, as he was wont to say, smaller than that of Chicago. 6. It lacked the most basic natural resources, including sufficient drinking water. Even the tropical rains, Singapore's main domestic source of drinking water at the time of independence, were an ambiguous gift, leaching the soil of nutrients and making productive agriculture impossible. 7. Singapore's population of 1.9 million was, by global standards, minuscule and rent by tension among three distinct ethnic groups: Chinese, Malay, and Indian. It was surrounded by much larger and more powerful states, particularly Malaysia and Indonesia, that envied its deep water port and strategic location along maritime trading routes. From this inauspicious genesis, Lee initiated an epoch of leadership that transformed Singapore into one of the world's most successful countries. A malarial island off the southernmost tip of the Malay Peninsula became, in the span of a single generation, Asia's wealthiest country on a per capita basis and the de facto commercial center of Southeast Asia. Today, by almost every measure of human well-being, it ranks globally in the highest percentile. In contrast to countries whose persistence through the convulsions of history is taken for granted, Singapore would not survive unless it performed at the highest possible level, as Lee relentlessly warned his compatriots. As he put it in his memoirs, Singapore was not a natural country but man-made. 8. Precisely because it had no past as a nation, there was no assurance it would have a future. Its margin for error thus remained perpetually close to zero. I'm concerned that Singaporeans assume Singapore is a normal country, he would say several times later in his life. 9. If we do not have a government and a people that differentiate themselves from the rest of the neighborhood, Singapore will cease to exist. 10. In Singapore's struggle to form itself and survive as a nation, domestic and foreign policy had to be closely intertwined. There were 3 requirements: economic growth to sustain the population, sufficient domestic cohesion to permit long-range policies, and a foreign policy nimble enough to survive among international behemoths such as Russia and China and covetous neighbors such as Malaysia and Indonesia. Lee also had the historical awareness necessary for real leadership. City-states do not have good survival records, he observed in 1998-11. The island of Singapore will not disappear, but the sovereign nation it has become, able to make its way and play its role in the world, could vanish. 12. In his mind, Singapore's trajectory had to be a steep upward curve with no end in sight, otherwise, it would risk being engulfed by its hinterland or by the severity of its economic and social challenges. Lee taught a kind of global physics in which societies must constantly strive to avoid entropy. Leaders are tempted by pessimism, he observed to a private gathering of world leaders in May 1979, when Singapore was in the early stages of growth, but we have to fight our way out of it. You have to show a credible, plausible way that we can keep our head above water. 13. Parallel to Lee's dire warnings about the threat of extinction lay an equally vivid imagination of his country's potential. If every great achievement is a dream before it becomes a reality, Lee's dream was breathtaking in its audacity. He envisioned a state that would not simply survive but flourish through an insistence on excellence. In Lee's perception, excellence meant much more than individual performance. The quest for it needed to permeate the entire society. Whether in government service, business, medicine, or education, mediocrity and corruption were not acceptable. There was no second chance in case of transgressions, very little tolerance for failure. In this manner, Singapore achieved a worldwide reputation for collectively outstanding performance. A sense of shared success, in Lee's view, could help to knit his society together despite the lack of a universally shared religion, ethnicity or culture. Lee's ultimate gift to his multi-ethnic people was his unremitting faith that they were their own greatest resource, that they had the capacity to unlock possibilities in themselves that they had not known existed. He also devoted himself to encouraging a comparable confidence in his foreign friends and acquaintances. He was persuasive, not only because he was a subtle observer of the regional politics of Southeast Asia but because his Chinese heritage, combined with his Cambridge University education, gave him exceptional insight into the dynamics of the interaction between East and West, one of the essential fulcrums of history. Throughout his life, Lee insisted on describing his contributions as merely the unlocking of his society's existing capabilities. He knew that, to succeed, his quest had to become the enduring pattern, not a personal tour de force. Anybody who thinks he's a statesman needs to see a psychiatrist, he once said. 14. In time, Singapore's success under Lee moved even China to study his approach and emulate his designs. In 1978, Deng Xiaoping came to the city-state expecting to see a backwater and to be cheered by throngs of ethnic Chinese. Deng had spent 2 days in Singapore on his way to Paris in 1920, and in the intervening years his information on the city had largely been provided by an obsequious entourage prone to paint the Singaporean leadership as the running dogs of American imperialism. 15. Instead, the ethnic Chinese Deng met in Singapore were firm in their allegiance to their young nation. The gleaming skyscrapers and immaculate avenues Deng encountered provided him with both an impetus and a blueprint for China's own post-Mao reforms. Imperial youth. Lee Kuan Yew was born in September 1923, scarcely more than a century after Sir Stamford Raffles, Lieutenant Governor of the British colony in Sumatra, established a trading post on the small island near the Strait of Malacca known to locals as Singapura, meaning lion city in Sanskrit. Founded by Raffles in 1819, Singapore was technically ruled from Calcutta as part of Further India, although the limited communications technology of the day allowed considerable leeway to locally based colonial administrators. Declared a free port by London and enriched by natural resource exports from the Malayan mainland, the new outpost grew swiftly, drawing traders and fortune seekers from Southeast Asia and beyond. From 1867, Singapore was placed under the direct jurisdiction of the Colonial Office in London as a Crown colony. 16. Ethnic Chinese in particular flocked to Singapore and soon became its majority, some coming from the nearby Malay Peninsula and Indonesian archipelago, others fleeing from turmoil and poverty in crisis-racked 19th century China. Among the latter group was Lee's great-grandfather, who traveled to Singapore from the southern Chinese province of Guangdong in 1863. Malays, Indians, Arabs, Armenians and Jews likewise settled in the freewheeling entrepot, giving the city a polyglot character. By the 1920s, Malaya produced almost 1/2 of the world's rubber and 1/3 of its tin, exporting both via Singapore's port. 17. By the time of Lee's birth, Singapore had also become a cornerstone of British military strategy in Asia. Britain had been an ally of Japan since 1902, going so far as to call in Japanese Marines to help crush an Indian Army mutiny in Singapore in 1915-18, but by 1921, the Admiralty had become anxious about Japan's growing power and resolved to build a substantial naval base in Singapore, with the aim of turning it into the Gibraltar of the East. 19 Despite the rise of Japan, the world of Lee's childhood was one in which the British Empire appeared both invincible and eternal. There was no question of any resentment, he recalled decades later. The superior status of the British in government and society was simply a fact of life. 20. Lee's family prospered during the boom years of the 1920s. Influenced by a particularly Anglophilic grandfather, Lee's parents also took the unusual step of giving their sons English names in addition to their Chinese ones. Lee's was Harry. From the age of 6, he was educated in English language schools. 21. Despite these English influences, Lee's upbringing was traditionally Chinese. He was raised with his extended family, including 7 cousins, in his maternal grandfather's house, where his parents shared a single room with their 5 children. From these childhood experiences and Confucian cultural influences, filial piety, frugality and a prizing of harmony and stability were early imprints on his mind. His parents were not educated professionals and suffered when the Great Depression struck in 1929. Lee wrote in his memoirs that his father, a storekeeper for Shell Oil Company, would often come home in a foul mood after losing at blackjack and demand some of my mother's jewelry to pawn so that he could go back to try his luck again. 22 She always refused, safeguarding the education of the children, who, in turn, adored her and felt a lifelong obligation to meet her high expectations. 23. A clever but at times rebellious student, the 12-year-old Lee graduated at the top of his primary school class, thereby gaining admission to the Raffles Institution, alongside 150 of the best students of all ethnicities and classes in Singapore and Malaya who had been admitted exclusively on the basis of merit, including Miss Kwa Jiuk Chu, who was the only female student. 24 Then as now, the Raffles Institution was the most rigorous English language secondary school in Singapore and the training ground of the city's future elite. It aimed at preparing the ablest colonial subjects for the entrance examinations to British universities. Later in life, upon meeting Commonwealth leaders from around the world, Lee invariably discovered that they also had gone through the same drill with the same textbooks and could quote the same passages from Shakespeare. 25 They were all part of the easy old boy network nurtured by the British colonial education system. 26. Cognizant of their son's academic promise, and regretting that they had not made more of their own careers, Lee's parents encouraged him to pursue medicine or law. He dutifully made plans to study law in London, being placed first in Singapore and Malaya in the senior Cambridge examinations. 27 But in 1940, with the outbreak of another World War in Europe, Lee decided it would be better to remain in Singapore and study at Raffles College, now the National University of Singapore, where he had been awarded a full scholarship. 28. Lee excelled academically during his freshman year, competing with Miss Kwa for first place in various subjects. Returning to his dream to study law in England, he set his sights on attaining a Queen's scholarship, which would cover the costs of a university education in Britain. Since only 2 students in the Straits Settlements, Malacca, Penang and Singapore, were awarded a Queen's scholarship every year, Lee was perpetually anxious that Miss Kwa and a top student from another school would take the first 2 places, leaving him behind in Singapore. 29. There were greater anxieties to come. In December 1941, the Japanese bombed the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and simultaneously attacked British Malaya, Hong Kong, and Singapore. 2 months later, in February 1942, the city was conquered by Japan in what Winston Churchill would call the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. Lee, then 18 years old, later described this as the first turning point of my life, contrasting the panicked departure of bourgeois British families with the stoic suffering of their colonial subjects and the 80,000 British, Australian and Indian soldiers who had been captured by the Japanese. For Lee and countless other Singaporeans, the aura of overwhelming superiority with which the British held us in thrall was broken, never to be restored. 30. A brutal occupation followed, as Singapore's trade-dependent economy was choked by war and its population demoralized by conditions of near starvation. Japanese authorities renamed streets and public buildings, took down the bronze statue of Raffles from Empress Place and imposed their imperial calendar. 31. Lee himself narrowly avoided death after being arbitrarily rounded up by Japanese troops in a mass detention of Chinese men, most of whom were summarily executed, especially those with soft hands or spectacles, singled out as intellectuals whose loyalties might lie with Britain. Tens of thousands were massacred. 32. Lee was spared, took a 3-month Japanese language course and found work, first as a clerk at a Japanese company, then as an English translator in the Japanese propaganda department, and finally as a black market jewelry broker. 33. During the war years, Lee learned that the key to survival was improvisation. A lesson that would shape his pragmatic, experimental approach to governing Singapore. 34. With the war's end, Lee at last achieved a Queen's Scholarship to study law at Cambridge, graduating with a first-class degree. Miss Kwa, whom Lee had begun courting during the war, followed the same path. And in December 1947 the two were quietly married in Stratford-upon-Avon. 35. Chu, as Lee called her, was an extraordinary woman, with an unusual combination of brilliance and sensitivity. She became the indispensable anchor of his life, not only in a day-to-day sense but, above all, as a pervasive emotional and intellectual support throughout his public activities. At Raffles College, she had majored in literature, reading from Jane Austen to J.R.R. Tolkien, from Thucydides' The Peloponnesian Wars to Virgil's Aeneid, as Lee reflected later. 36. After their success at Cambridge, they returned to Singapore and co-founded a law firm, Lee and Lee. Lee's views during his Cambridge years were firmly socialist and anti-colonialist, even anti-British. Some of this was personal. He was occasionally turned away from hotels in England because of the color of his skin. 37. But much more of it was to do with what he later called the ferment in the air. The independence struggles of India, Burma and other colonies were leading Lee to ask, why not Malaya, which then included Singapore. 38. Convinced that the welfare state was the highest form of civilized society, Lee was an admirer of the post-war reforms of Prime Minister Clement Attlee's Labour government as well as Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's statist economic policies. 39. Lee first entered the public eye while in Britain, campaigning on behalf of a Labour Party friend who was running for Parliament. Standing on the back of a truck in the small town of Totnes in Devon, Lee delivered one of his first public speeches, trading on his identity as a British subject to advocate for Malaya's self-governance. His arguments foreshadowed his later style, more practical than ideological. Independence would be most successful if achieved cooperatively and incrementally between the independence movement and the mother country. Lee closed his speech with an appeal to British reason and self-interest. Even if you care nothing for fairness or social justice to the colonial peoples, then for the sake of your own self-interest, your own economic well-being, for the sake of the dollars you get out of Malaya and your other colonies, return a government that has the confidence of these peoples, who will then gladly cooperate with and be happy to grow up within the British Commonwealth and Empire. 40. Building a state. While Lee was studying in England, Singapore was suffering wrenching post-war disruptions. Well into the spring of 1947, food was rationed, and tuberculosis rampant. The Malayan Communist Party and its trade union allies were organizing strikes that further damaged the economy. 41. By the time of Lee's return to Singapore in August 1950, two major problems lingered: housing and corruption. Only 1/3 of Singaporeans had adequate housing, and construction was not keeping pace with demand. After stores closed for the day, it was common for employees to sleep on the floor. 42. Corruption, untamed under British rule, had been exacerbated by wartime conditions. 43. Inflation eroded the purchasing power of civil servants' salaries, creating greater temptations for graft. 44. Lee had returned with the intention of practicing law but was quickly drawn into Singapore's politics. His gifts were immediately rewarded. In 1954, at the age of 31, he founded the People's Action Party. PAP, within 5 years, galvanized by Lee's fearsome energy, it dominated the island's political landscape. Cyril Northcote Parkinson, the Raffles Professor of History at the University of Malaya in Singapore, described Lee's political positioning during these years as far to the left as possible, short of communism, and further to the left in words than action. 45. With a strong social democratic message, the PAP emphasized the failure of colonial authorities to provide decent public services and clean, efficient government. PAP candidates campaigned without ties, in white short-sleeved shirts, intended at once as a no-nonsense accommodation to Singapore's tropical climate, and a symbol of their commitment to honest governance. 46. In May 1959, the city was granted self-government by London in all matters, except foreign policy and defense. After the PAP secured a parliamentary majority in elections that month, Lee was appointed Prime Minister, a position he held until he stepped down in November 1990, more than 3 decades later. 47. In the immediate aftermath of self-government, Singapore had 3 distinct constitutional arrangements within the space of a few years, as a British Crown colony from 1959 to 1963, as part of a new confederation called Malaysia from 1963 to 1965, and as an independent sovereign state after 1965. It was during this period, near the end of colonial rule, that the foundations of the modern Singaporean state were laid. Lee assembled an impressive cabinet, including the economist Goh Keng Swee, appointed Minister of Finance, and the journalist S. Rajaratnam, appointed Minister of Culture, who drew up plans to ameliorate the city's social conditions. The new Housing and Development Board, HDB, soon began constructing high-rise residential projects on a massive scale, with the goal of giving all Singaporeans access to affordable housing of essentially the same type. Residents had the right to purchase their apartments from the HDB at established rates. Lee appointed a competent and dynamic businessman, Lim Kim San, to lead the board. At Lim's direction, it built more housing in 3 years than the British had in the preceding 30 to 48. In time, Singapore grew into a fully urban society of homeowners, providing every family with a stake in Singapore's future in the form of property. 49. As Lee pointed out in his memoirs, closely linking individual economic prosperity to the state's well-being also ensured political stability, which in turn reinforced economic growth. 50. At the same time, a system of racial and income quotas on Singapore's housing districts first put a limit on ethnic segregation and then progressively eliminated it. By living and working together, Singaporeans from disparate ethnicities and religions began to develop a national consciousness. Lee moved just as quickly to eradicate corruption. Within a year of taking office, his government passed the Prevention of Corruption Act, which imposed severe penalties for corruption at every level of government and limited due process for suspected bribe takers. Under Lee's leadership, corruption was swiftly and ruthlessly suppressed. 51. Lee also put all foreign investments under intense scrutiny, personally performing some of his administration's uncompromising due diligence. His rigorous enforcement of Singapore's laws buttressed its reputation as an honest, safe place to do business. To achieve his objectives, Lee relied on penalizing civil servants for failure rather than encouraging them by raising their salaries. In fact, his government initially slashed them. 52. Only in 1984, when Singapore had become wealthier, did Lee adopt his signature policy of pegging civil servants' salaries at 80% of comparable private sector rates. 53. As a result, government officials in Singapore became some of the best compensated in the world. Success against corruption remains the moral basis of PAP rule, as a prominent Singaporean academic has observed. 54. Corruption in Singapore is understood not only as a moral failing of the individuals involved but also as a transgression against the ethical code of the community, which emphasizes meritocratic excellence, fair play and honorable conduct. 55. Singapore has regularly been ranked as one of the least corrupt countries in the world, fulfilling Lee's goals for his country. 56. As Lee observed later, you want men with good character, good mind, strong convictions. Without that Singapore won't make it. 57. Reducing corruption made it possible to invest in government programs that ensured substantial improvement in Singaporeans' lives and provided a fair playing field based on equality of opportunity. Between 1960 and 1963, Singapore's educational expenditure rose nearly 17-fold, while the school population increased by 50%. 58. In the PAP's first 9 years in power, Lee set aside nearly one-third of Singapore's budget for education, an astonishing proportion in relation to neighboring countries, or indeed any country in the world. 59. Emphasis on the quality of life turned into a defining aspect of Singapore's style. Beginning with the 1960 X-ray campaign against tuberculosis, Singapore made public health a major priority. 60. As George Schultz and Vidar Jorgensen have observed, the city-state spends only 5% of GDP on medical care but has considerably better health outcomes than the US, which spends 18% of GDP on health. Life expectancy in Singapore is 85.2 years, compared with 78.7 in the US. 61. Within one generation, Singapore transformed itself from a disease-ridden slum into a first-world metropolis, all the while steadily shrinking the government's share of costs. 62. To orchestrate this revolution in governance, Lee established a network of what he called parapolitical institutions to serve as a transmission belt between the state and its citizens. Community centers, citizens' consultative committees, residents' committees and, later, town councils provided recreation, settled small grievances, offered such services as kindergartens, and disseminated Information about Government Policy 63. The PAP played an important role in these institutions, blurring the boundaries between party, state, and people. 64. For example, Lee established almost 400 kindergartens that were exclusively staffed by PAP members. 65. Through a combination of public service and what Lee described as skilled political street fighting, the PAP steadily entrenched itself. Following the 1959 elections and then again around the 1963 elections. 66. By 1968, Lee had largely crushed his competitors, the opposition boycotted those elections, and the PAP won nearly 87% of the vote and all 58 legislative seats. After that, the PAP maintained itself largely unchallenged. One source of its continuing strength was Singapore's first past the post-electoral system, a British legacy which makes no provisions for minority votes. Another was that Lee used the legal system to isolate his political opponents and curtail unfriendly media outlets. 67. He described his struggles with opposition figures as unarmed combat with no holds barred, in a contest where the winner took all. 68. Lee was passionately concerned about public order. When he first came to power, the counterculture and general relaxation of morals had not yet arisen in the West, but later Lee would reflect on this as freedom run amok. As a total system, I find parts of it totally unacceptable, he told Fareed Zakaria in 1994. The expansion of the right of the individual to behave or misbehave as he pleases has come at the expense of orderly society. In the East, the main object is to have a well-ordered society so that everybody can have maximum enjoyment of his freedoms. This freedom can only exist in an ordered state and not in a natural state of contention and anarchy. 69. As Lee was building Singapore, he did not believe a city-state could stand on its own. His major effort was therefore to safeguard Singapore's impending independence from Britain by joining in federation with Malaya. Believing that geography, economics, and ties of kinship created the basis for a natural unity between the two territories, Lee called a snap referendum on the merger for September 1962-70 to rally the Singaporean populace. He made a series of 36 radio broadcasts in the course of a single month, 12 scripts, each recorded in 3 languages, Mandarin, Malay, and English. 71. His oratorical talents produced an overwhelming endorsement of his plan in the popular vote. A year later, on September 16, 1963, Lee's 40th birthday, Singapore and Malaya combined in the Malaysian Federation. The union was immediately challenged from within and without. Covetous of the augmented Malaysia's potential, dreaming of uniting the Malay peoples in a single country and enjoying the support of both Moscow and Beijing, Indonesian President Sukarno launched the Confrontasi, an undeclared war involving jungle combat and terrorism that left hundreds dead on both sides. For Singapore, the most dramatic event of the conflict was the bombing on March 10, 1965 of McDonald House, the first air-conditioned office building in Southeast Asia, by Indonesian Marines, which killed 3 people and injured more than 30. Within Malaysia, many Malay politicians distrusted Lee, despite the PAP's efforts to reduce communal tensions in Singapore and promote Malay as the national language. 72. They feared that his dynamic personality and evident political gifts would outshine their own, leading to ethnic Chinese dominance of the new federation. Malay leaders opposed to Lee stoked violent ethnic riots in Singapore, first in July and then again in September 1964, resulting in dozens killed and hundreds injured. The ostensible trigger for the riots was the demolition of Malay villages, kampongs, to make way for public housing, but there was clearly opportunism by ethnic chauvinists and communists at work as well. 73. As a result, less than 2 years after they had been joined, Singapore and Malaysia separated again, ripped apart by intense partisanship and ethnic tensions. Singapore's independence came about in August 1965. Not as a result of a homegrown liberation struggle but due to Malaysia's unceremonious decision to cut its tiny southern neighbor loose. Expulsion left the island country entirely on its own, an outcome that Lee had neither expected nor sought. Announcing the failure of the merger brought him to the edge of tears. Every time we look back on this moment it will be a moment of anguish, he said at a press conference in which he uncharacteristically struggled to keep his composure, nearly overwhelmed by the enormous task now before him. In his memoirs, Lee wrote that Singapore had become a heart without a body as a result of the separation. We were a Chinese island in a Malay sea, he continued. How could we survive in such a hostile environment? 74. It was the memory of this nadir which, for the rest of his life, gave Lee the sense that his country needed to overachieve. Because it was walking a perpetual tightrope between survival and catastrophe. Building a nation. Writing in 1970, 5 years after Singapore's independence, the historian Arnold Toynbee predicted that the city-state in general had become too small a political unit to be practicable any longer, and that Singapore in particular was unlikely to last as a sovereign state. 75. Much as Lee respected Toynbee, he did not share the scholar's fatalism. 76. His response to Toynbee's challenge was to create a new nation out of the disparate peoples that the tides of history had deposited on the shores of Singapore. Only what Lee deemed a tightly knit, rugged, and adaptable people. 77. A people united by national feeling, could endure the manifold tests of independence and guard against his too daunting nightmares, internal disorder and foreign aggression. His challenge was not primarily a technocratic task. Sacrifices might be imposed by force, but they could be sustained only by a sense of common belonging and shared destiny. We didn't have the ingredients of a nation, the elementary factors. Lee later reflected, a homogeneous population, common language, common culture and common destiny. 78. To will the Singaporean nation into being, he acted as if it already existed and reinforced it with public policy. At the end of the press conference on August 9, 1965, announcing independence, Lee laid out an elevated mission for his people. There is nothing to be worried about. Many things will go on just as usual. But be firm, be calm. We are going to have a multiracial nation in Singapore. We will set the example. This is not a Malay nation, this is not a Chinese nation, this is not an Indian nation. Everybody will have his place. And finally, let us, really Singaporeans, I cannot call myself a Malaysian now, unite, regardless of race, language, religion, culture. 79. Lee's immediate concern was to build a military capable of deterring further Indonesian aggression. 80. Separation from Malaysia had left Singapore without a single loyal regiment of its own, and it had no leaders who knew how to build a military from scratch. The able Go Keng Swee, now Minister of Defense, had been only a corporal in the Singapore Volunteer Corps at the British surrender to the Japanese in 1942-81, when Lee rode to the opening of the first Singaporean Parliament in December 1965, Malaysian troops had escorted him from his office to the session. 82. Compounding the challenge, the island's Chinese majority did not have a tradition of soldiering, a profession that in Singapore had been historically dominated by ethnic Malays, potentially turning defense into a racial powder keg. Immediately after independence, Lee appealed to President Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt and Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri of India to send military trainers. Reluctant to antagonize Indonesia and Malaysia, both declined the request. In response, Lee made the audacious decision to accept an offer of assistance from Israel, despite the backlash this risked among the significant Muslim population in Singapore and the region. To head off that threat, Lee simply decided not to announce the Israelis' presence to anyone who asked. Singapore's new military advisors would instead be described as Mexicans 83. It proved to be an inspired combination, as Singapore's security dilemmas roughly mirrored those of Israel. Both were resource-poor countries without strategic depth, surrounded by bigger countries with revanchist temptations. Lee adopted the Israeli practice of a small but highly professional standing army, backed by a whole-of-society reserve, capable of rapid mobilization. All young male Singaporeans, regardless of background, had to perform a period of military service and then regularly conduct in-camp training as reservists. Lee saw political and social benefits in national service, as contributing to a feeling of national unity and social equality across ethnic divides. 84. In 1966, Indonesia extended diplomatic recognition to Singapore, which had proven resilient against the confrontasi. 85. By 1971, Singapore had built up 17 national service battalions and an additional 14 reserve battalions. Despite enormous budget pressure, Lee found funding for the rapid acquisition of air and naval forces required for credible deterrence against Singapore's neighbors. He would go on to emphasize the latest technology and rigorous training as force multipliers to compensate for the island's limited space and manpower. Within a generation, Singapore's armed forces emerged as the most capable in Southeast Asia, a source of national pride and unity as well as foreign admiration, including by the United States Department of Defense. Unlike many other post-colonial leaders, Lee did not seek to strengthen his position by pitting the country's diverse communities against each other. To the contrary, he relied on Singapore's ability to foster a sense of national unity out of its conflicting ethnic groups. Despite the intense inter-ethnic violence that preceded independence, he defied the centrifugal forces intrinsic in Singapore's composition and developed a cohesive national identity. As he put it in 1967, "It is only when you offer a man, without distinctions based on ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and other differences, a chance of belonging to this great human community, that you offer him a peaceful way forward to progress and to a higher level of human life." 86. Lee's approach was neither to repress Singapore's diversity nor to discount it, but to channel and manage it. Any other course, he affirmed, would make governance impossible. 87. Lee's most innovative initiative was his language policy. How to govern a city-state where 75% of the population spoke various Chinese dialects, 14% spoke Malay, and 8% spoke Tamil. After the failure of the merger with Malaysia, Lee no longer favored making Malay the national language. Making Mandarin the official language, however, was out of the question, in Lee's view, as the 25% of the population who were not Chinese would revolt. 88. English had long been the working language of government, but few Singaporeans spoke it as their mother tongue, as Lee did. 89. His solution was a policy of bilingual education, requiring English language schools to teach Mandarin, Malay, and Tamil while mandating English classes in all other schools. Singapore's constitution enshrined 4 official languages, Malay, Mandarin, Tamil, and English 90 as Lee said in 1994. If I had tried to foist the English language on the people of Singapore, I would have faced rebellion all around. But I offered every parent a choice of English and their mother tongue, in whatever order they chose. By their free choice, plus the rewards of the marketplace over a period of 30 years, we have ended up with English first and the mother tongue second. We have switched one university already established in the Chinese language from Chinese into English. Had this change been forced in 5 or 10 years instead of being done over 30 years, and by free choice, it would have been a disaster. 91. Being an English-speaking country provided an economic benefit as well. In the 1960s, Singapore stood out from rival developing economies by its distinct Anglophilic orientation. Lee's decision to retain the statue of Raffles preserved a non-sectarian figure from Singapore's past as a unifying national symbol. 92. It also signaled to the world that Singapore was open for business and not in the business of recriminations. 93. Let history judge. The rupture with Malaysia obliged Lee to reorient his initially socialist approach toward pragmatic essentials. For Singapore to survive as a state, its economy had to grow. For it to succeed as a nation, the fruits of that growth had to be shared equitably among its people, regardless of ethnic origin. And for it to persist as an international presence, it had to build influence among the major powers, especially the US and China. There are books to teach you how to build a house, how to repair engines, how to write a book, Lee would recall many years later. But I have not seen a book on how to build a nation out of a disparate collection of immigrants from China, British India, the Dutch East Indies. Or how to make a living for its people when its former economic role as the entrepot of the region is becoming defunct. 94. Lee's experiences in the Second World War, in the contest for political power in Singapore and in the separation from Malaysia had given him convictions about the proper governance of states that no formal course of instruction could have offered. His travels and conversations with foreign leaders were consequential. By 1965, he had visited more than 50 countries and developed strong views about the reasons for their varying performance. 95. A nation is great not by its size alone, he said in 1963. It is the will, the cohesion, the stamina, the discipline of its people and the quality of their leaders which ensures it an honorable place in history. 96. This is why Lee adopted "let history judge" as his operating maxim. He rejected communism because it meant dismantling existing institutions that were working. Similarly, his preference for market economics was derived from the observation that it produced higher growth rates. 97. When, at a dinner years later in my home, an American guest complimented him on including feminist principles in the development of Singapore, Lee disagreed. He had brought women into the labor force for practical reasons, he said. Singapore would not have been able to achieve its development goals without them. The same, he added, was true with respect to his immigration policy, which sought to convince talented foreigners to settle in Singapore. The purpose was not a theoretical notion of the benefits of multiculturalism, but the requirements of Singapore's growth and its otherwise stubborn demographics. Lee's thinking shows a strong utilitarian streak, as he demonstrated in his 1981 May Day address. Every rational government wants the maximum well-being and progress for the largest numbers of their citizens. To bring this about, the systems or methods, and the principles or ideologies on which their policies are based, differ. Since the Industrial Revolution, 2 centuries ago, a kind of Darwinism between systems of government is at work. It is sorting out which ideological, religious, political, social, economic, military system will prevail because of its efficacy in providing the maximum good to the maximum numbers of a nation. 98. Building an economy. One of the first major tests of Singapore's adaptability came in January 1968, when Britain, rattled by the devaluation of the pound and sapped by conflicts in the Middle East, decided to abandon its military presence east of Suez. In the House of Commons debate the previous year, Prime Minister Harold Wilson had quoted Rudyard Kipling's Recessional in a vain attempt to defend the existence of the British base in Singapore. Now it read as a prophecy of Britain's imperial decline. Far called, our navies melt away. On dune and headland sinks the fire. Lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh and Tyre. 99. The closure of the naval base and departure of British troops, planned for 1971, threatened to result in the loss of 1/5 of Singapore's gross national product. 100. Seeking outside advice, Lee turned to Dr. Albert Winsemius, a Dutch economist who had first visited Singapore in 1960 at Goh Keng Swee's invitation as part of a UN Development Programme Mission 101. Compared with Western countries, Singapore was poor. But in the 1960s, its wages were the highest in Asia. 102. Winsemius advised that for Singapore to industrialize, it needed to depress wages and make manufacturing more efficient by embracing technology and training workers. He proposed prioritizing textile manufacturing, followed by simple electronics and ship repair, a stepping stone to shipbuilding. Lee and Goh, finance minister again from 1967 to 1970, followed his advice. 103. With the British on their way out, Winsemius warned that Singapore could neither aspire to total self-reliance nor depend on regional ties. Unable to count on a common market with Malaysia, as it had from 1963 to 1965, it would have to operate in a wider sphere. Over the following years, Lee, Goh, and Winsemius worked in tandem to recalibrate the Singaporean economy, while other leaders of newly independent countries rejected multinational corporations. Lee recruited them. Asked later whether such foreign investment constituted capitalist exploitation, Lee retorted unsentimentally, all we had was labor. So why not, if they want to exploit our labor? They're welcome to it. 104. To attract foreign investment, Singapore embarked on a project to raise the quality of its workforce while giving itself the appearance and the facilities of a first-class city. As Lee remarked to me in 1978, others will not invest in a losing cause, it must look to be a winning cause. 105. Greening the city became a high priority, reducing air pollution, planting trees and designing infrastructure to incorporate natural light. Lee also saw to it that high-quality services were provided to visiting tourists and investors. The government mounted public enlightenment campaigns promoting appropriate dress, comportment, and hygiene. Singaporeans, or foreigners, for that matter, could be fined for jaywalking, neglecting to flush a toilet or littering. Lee even requested a weekly report on the cleanliness of the restrooms at Changi Airport, which, for many travelers, would provide a first impression of Singapore. 106. The strategy worked. Decades afterward, Lee would recount that once he was able to convince Hewlett-Packard to set up a Singapore office, which opened in April 1970, Other international businesses. Followed 107 *. By 1971, Singapore's economy was growing at more than 8% per year. 108 by 1972, multinationals employed more than half of Singapore's labor force and accounted for 70% of its industrial production. 109 by 1973, Singapore had become the world's third largest oil refining hub. 110 within 10 years of independence, foreign investment in manufacturing had risen from $157 million to more than $3.70 billion. 111. In early 1968, the mood in the Singaporean parliament had been gloomy and fearful. No one believed that the island could survive the British military's departure. Lee later admitted that the years from 1965 to the scheduled withdrawal in 1971 were the most nerve-wracking of his tenure. 112 Yet by the time the British departed, Singapore was able to absorb the economic shock. Unemployment did not rise. 113 Against all expectation and conventional wisdom, Lee's determination to adapt to change launched Singapore on an astonishing trajectory. To continue to attract investment, Singapore's productivity needed to keep climbing. To this end, Lee at first asked workers to accept temporarily reduced wages in the interest of long-term growth. 114 He gave urgent priority to education, and he frequently revised the nation's industrial and social targets upwards. As Lee said in his 1981 May Day message, the greatest achievement of the Singapore labor movement has been to transform revolutionary fervor during the period of anti-colonialism, i.e., antagonism towards expat employers, in the 1950s to productivity consciousness, cooperation with management, both Singaporean and expat, in the 1980s. 115. Over 3 decades, Lee drove Singapore to ever higher levels of development. From subsistence to manufacturing, and from manufacturing to financial services, tourism, and high-tech innovation. 116 By 1990, when Lee stepped down as Prime Minister, Singapore was in an enviable economic position. In 1992, looking back, he said to me that if I had asked him as late as 1975, by which time he had already attracted substantial amounts of foreign investment to Singapore, he still would not have predicted the scope of his country's eventual success. Lee and America. Lee stunned my Harvard colleagues in 1968 with his defense of American involvement in Indochina. Had the political evolution of Southeast Asia attracted their attention earlier, they would have noticed that he had been propounding the same message for years. In fact, it was Lee's conviction of Washington's indispensable role for the future of Asia that had brought him to pay 2 important visits to America in as many years. On Lee's first state visit to Washington in October 1967, President Johnson introduced him at a White House dinner as a patriot, a brilliant political leader, and a statesman of the new Asia. 117 Lee, with his habitual bluntness, took the opportunity of his high-level meetings to instruct his hosts about how the Vietnam drama had its antecedents in American decisions dating back over a decade and a half. To Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Lee likened the Vietnam crisis to a long bus ride. The United States had missed all of the stops at which it could have gotten off. The only option now was to stay on until the final destination. 118. In the decades to come, Lee would be admired for his candor as much as for his intelligence by presidents and prime ministers around the world. The subtlety and precision of his analysis and the reliability of his conduct turned him into a counselor to many on whom he himself was dependent. How did the leader of a small and vulnerable city-state manage to exercise so significant an influence on so many leaders abroad? What was his perspective, and how was such a framework applied at moments of crisis? In a sense, Lee Kuan Yew was on a permanent quest for world order. He understood that the global balance of power was a product not only of anonymous forces but of living political entities, each replete with individual histories and culture, and each obliged to make a judgment of its opportunities. The maintenance of equilibrium, on which Singapore's own flourishing as a trading nation depended, required not only the balancing of the major countries against each other but a degree of comprehension of their diverse identities and the perspectives that followed from them. For example, Lee observed in 1994, "If you look at societies over the millennia you find certain basic patterns. American civilization from the Pilgrim Fathers on is one of optimism and the growth of orderly government. History in China is of dynasties which have risen and fallen, of the waxing and waning of societies. And through all that turbulence, the family, the extended family, the clan, has provided a kind of survival raft for the individual. Civilizations have collapsed. Dynasties have been swept away by conquering hordes, but this life raft enables Chinese civilization to carry on and get to its next phase." 119. Lee was respected by leaders of states far more powerful than his own to a unique degree because he furnished insights that enabled them to grasp their own essential challenges. Lee's reading of foreign affairs was, like his analysis of Singapore's domestic requirements, based on his perception of objective reality. Subjective preference did not enter into his assessments, which invariably cut to the heart of the matter. Some leaders seek to impress interlocutors by demonstrating their command of minute details. Lee, whose own factual knowledge was considerable, possessed a more precious quality, the capacity to distill a subject to its essence. Just as the obstacles attending Singapore's birth had been defining experiences in Lee's political life, so, for the rest of his career, he placed special emphasis on the domestic evolution of other countries in evaluating their relevance to world order. Two countries were central to Lee's assessment of Singapore's survival and its place in the world, the United States and China. Lee defined the American relationship unpretentiously in a toast to President Richard Nixon at a White House dinner in April 1973. "We are a very small country placed strategically at the southernmost tip of Asia, and when the elephants are on the rampage, if you are a mouse there and you don't know the habits of the elephants, it can be a very painful business." 120. A May 1981 speech likewise captures his prescience and clarity with respect to the Soviet system. 36 years after the end of World War II we know that in the contest of Western free enterprise/free market democracy versus communist command economy/controlled distribution, the communist system is losing. It cannot deliver the goods. Unless this contest ends in mutual destruction by nuclear weapons, the outcome will see the survival of that system which is superior in providing both more security and more economic/spiritual well-being to its members. If the West can prevent the Soviets from gaining easy spoils through their military superiority, the free market system of personal initiatives and incentives will be clearly proved superior to the centrally planned/controlled market system. 121. 10 years later, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Lee's perspective would become the conventional wisdom. At the time, few perceived the imminence of Soviet decay. In the American people, Lee discerned an unusual generosity and openness of spirit, reminiscent of elements in his own Confucian commitments. In the immediate post-war period, he observed, America did not abuse its nuclear monopoly. Any old and established nation would have ensured its supremacy for as long as it could. But America set out to put her defeated enemies on their feet to ward off an evil force. The Soviet Union brought about technological change by transferring technology generously and freely to Europeans and to Japanese, and enabled them to become challengers. Within 30 years, there was a certain greatness of spirit born out of the fear of communism plus American idealism that brought that about 122. As his geopolitical attention shifted in the aftermath of the Deng reforms from the threat of Maoist subversion to the more complicated grand strategic interplay among China, the Soviet Union and the United States, and later still to the management of China as a greatly empowered economic and political force, Lee's assessments shifted accordingly. But he never altered the theme of the indispensable role of America in the security and progress of the world and especially Southeast Asia. It was not that Lee was sentimentally pro-American, he was not sentimental at all. He could find a healthy amount to criticize in America's approach to politics and to geopolitics. He recorded his early views of Americans as mixed. I admired their can-do approach but shared the view of the British establishment of the time that the Americans were bright and brash, that they had enormous wealth but often misused it. It was not true that all it needed to fix a problem was to bring resources to bear on it. They meant well but were heavy-handed and lacked a sense of history. 123. With the Vietnam War, Lee refined his view. It became important not only to match support for American power with understanding and encouragement of American purposes, it was now imperative to enlist America in the defense of stability in Asia. Britain's exit from Asia had made America essential as a balancer of the complicated and violent forces inimical to the region's equilibrium. The Cambridge-educated Lee, who had once been told by British Foreign Secretary George Brown that he was the best bloody Englishman east of Suez, 124, adopted an attitude toward the United States that bore a resemblance to that of Churchill in establishing Britain's special relationship. Lee made himself, so far as he could, part of the American decision-making process on matters of concern to Southeast Asia. Yet in his case, the relationship would be formed by an Asian leader of a tiny post-colonial city-state. In Lee's view, the great American qualities of magnanimity and idealism were insufficient on their own. Geopolitical insight was required as a supplement to enable America to fulfill its role. Sensitivity to the tension between national ideals and strategic realities was essential. Lee feared that America's tendency toward moralistic foreign policy might turn into neo-isolationism when faced with disappointment with the ways of the world. An overemphasis on democratic aspirations might hamper America's ability to empathize with less developed countries which, by necessity, gave priority to economic progress over ideology. Lee advanced these views in his characteristic style, a combination of history, culture, and geography honed for relevance to contemporary concerns, an awareness of the interests of his interlocutor, an eloquent delivery stripped of small talk, extraneous matters, or any hint of supplication. In 1994, he insisted that realism needed to be based on a clear moral distinction between good and evil. Certain basics about human nature do not change. Man needs a certain moral sense of right and wrong. There is such a thing called evil, and it is not the result of being a victim of society. You are just an evil man, prone to do evil things, and you have to be stopped from doing them. 125. Lee presented his leadership to the world as operating within its cultural context and capable of relating regional developments to the wider world. Habitually analytic and prescriptive, he used the insights garnered from his network of contacts and extensive travels to answer questions and proffer advice. When I travel, Lee wrote, I am watching how is society, and administration, is functioning. Why are they good? 126. After Lee stepped down from the premiership in 1990, reminding the United States of its responsibilities became a preoccupation. During the Cold War, Lee had been primarily concerned that America play a major role in maintaining the global equilibrium in the face of the Russian threat. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, his attention shifted to America's crucial importance in defining and maintaining the Asian equilibrium. Speaking at Harvard in 1992, at the very peak of American post-Cold War triumphalism, he warned that the geopolitical balance would be vastly impaired were the United States to turn inward, cash the post-Cold War peace dividend and weaken in its global responsibilities. My generation of Asians, who have experienced the last war, its horrors and miseries, and who remember the U.S. role in the phoenix-like rise from the ashes of that war to the prosperity of Japan, the newly industrializing economies, and ASEAN Association of Southeast Asian nations, will feel a keen sense of regret that the world will become so vastly different because the U.S. becomes a less central player in the new balance. 127. In 2002, he pointed out that global firefighting was not the same as America understanding and using its considerable leverage to produce lasting global stability. 128. Viewing foreign policy in terms of strategic design, he defined great power balance as the key to international order, and, above all, to the security and prosperity of Singapore. We just want maximum space to be ourselves, he said in 2011. And that is best achieved when big trees allow space for us, between them we have space. When you have one big tree covering us, we have no space. 129. Lee admired America and was made uneasy by its oscillations. He respected and feared China because of its single-minded pursuit of objectives. Out of historic proximity to China and necessary friendship with the United States, Lee distilled the security and future of Singapore. Lee and China. Lee foresaw China's potential for hegemony in Asia. In 1973, when China was considered economically backward, he was already saying, China will make the grade. It is only a matter of time. 130. As late as 1979, however, he was still expecting China to remain comparatively weak for the medium term. The world imagines China as a giant. It's more like a flabby jellyfish. We have to see how something can be made of their resources and their two weaknesses, the communist system, and the lack of training and know-how. Now, I fear they may not be sufficiently strong to play the role we want for them, balancing off the Russians. I do not fear a strong China, I fear the Chinese may be too weak. A balance is necessary if we are to be free to choose our partners in progress. It will take them 15 to 20, 30 to 40 years. 131. At the time, Lee's attitude toward China's rise was ambivalent, as Singapore had conflicting objectives: to make China strong enough to intimidate communist Vietnam, which Lee thought would provide relief, but not so strong that it might aggress against Taiwan. 132. Yet, even at that moment of relative weakness in China, Lee warned of the country's determination and the upheaval it could unleash. I don't know if the Chinese leadership can fully comprehend the nature of the transformation that is due them if they succeed. One thing is certain. They want to succeed. 133 His prediction aligned closely with the way. A great strategist of a previous era, Napoleon, is said to have viewed China, let China sleep, for when she wakes, she will shake the world. 134. But when? By 1993, Li's views had evolved. China's rise was no longer a far-off event, it had become the overriding challenge of the era. The size of China's displacement of the world balance is such that the world must find a new balance in 30 to 40 years, he said. It's not possible to pretend that this is just another big player, he added. This is the biggest player in the history of man. 135 He elaborated on this view a few years later. Short of some major unforeseeable disaster which brings chaos or breaks up China once again into so many warlord fiefdoms, it is only a question of time before the Chinese people reorganize, re-educate, and train themselves to take full advantage of modern science and technology. 136. Li's approach to China, like his analysis of America, was unsentimental. If America's challenge, in Li's view, lay in its fluctuations between insufficiently reflective idealism and habitual bouts of self-doubt, the problem posed by China was the resurgence of a traditional imperial pattern. The millennia during which China conceived of itself as the Middle Kingdom, the central country in the world, and classified all other states as tributaries, were bound to have left a legacy in Chinese thinking and to encourage a tendency toward hegemony. At this moment, I think the American outcome is best for us, he told an interviewer in 2011. I don't see the Chinese as a benign power as the Americans. I mean, they say Bulatin Cheng Ba, won't be a hegemon. If you are not ready to be a hegemon, why do you keep on telling the world you are not going to be a hegemon? 137. Determined to resist China's destabilizing policies during the Mao era, and afterward to ward off any impression that majority Chinese Singapore should be viewed as naturally aligned with the motherland. Li had long proclaimed that Singapore would be the last ASEAN country to establish diplomatic relations with Beijing. Singapore had also relied on Taiwanese investments and know-how to develop its industries, beginning with textiles and plastics. 138 Following the opening to China by the West during the 1970s, Li was true to his word. He defined Singapore as autonomous toward both neighbors and superpowers. In 1975, he ignored an invitation from Zhou Enlai to visit China, a decision which ensured that Li and the ailing Zhou would never meet. Singapore officially recognized the PRC only in 1990. In November 1978, however, Li welcomed China's paramount leader, Deng Xiaoping, to Singapore. That event marked the beginning of the contemporary Singapore-China relationship. To symbolize the importance Li attached to this visit, he arranged for an ashtray and spittoon to be placed in front of China's then leader, who was an avid smoker, despite Singapore's laws against smoking, and Li's strong allergy to smoke. Deng's agenda on that trip was to build opposition to the Soviet Union and unified Vietnam among Southeast Asian countries. Li was primarily concerned with easing domineering tendencies in Chinese policy towards Singapore. He explained to Deng that China's radio broadcasts aimed at radicalizing Southeast Asia's Chinese diaspora made it difficult to cooperate with Beijing. Li asked that Deng halt the propaganda, within 2 years it was gradually stopped 139 years later. Li identified Deng as one of the 3 world leaders he most admired. The other 2 being Charles de Gaulle and Winston Churchill. Deng, in Li's view, was a great man because he changed China from a broken back state, which would have imploded like the Soviet Union, into what it is today, on the way to becoming the world's largest economy. 140. According to the distinguished sinologist and Deng biographer Ezra Vogel, Deng was still undecided with respect to his economic policies when he visited Singapore, but the visit helped strengthen Deng's conviction of the need for fundamental reforms. 141. The following month, he announced his open-door policy, which created special economic zones in coastal China to welcome foreign direct investment. As Vogel observed, Deng found orderly Singapore an appealing model for reform and dispatched emissaries there to learn about city planning, public management, and controlling corruption. 142. During Deng's period of preeminence, Li began to pay annual visits to China, even before full recognition, to examine its urban development and agricultural reform and establish contacts with its leading officials. Li advised Zhao Ziyang, the Chinese premier and later General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, that the openness required for economic growth did not have to come at the expense of Confucian values. In a later reflection beginning with the Rev. on Deng Xiaoping's phrase crossing the river by feeling the stones, Zhao said that Li had shortened this river crossing for us. 143. Li's advice would be manifested in the creation of a Singaporean industrial park in Suzhou, an ancient Chinese city near Shanghai, famous for its many beautiful traditional Chinese gardens. Opened in 1994, the park was designed to integrate Singaporean management practices with local labor, thereby accelerating industrialization and attracting foreign capital to China. Singapore's sovereign wealth funds, Temasek Holdings and GIC, formerly Government of Singapore Investment Corporation, became major investors in China. In 1989, Li joined most of the West in condemning the Chinese leadership's suppression of the student protests in Tiananmen Square. He decried the brutality of the methods and called their human cost unacceptable. 144. But he was also convinced that a political implosion in China would be a terrible risk for the world, posing a variety of dangers that the Soviet Union's own disintegration would soon illustrate. As Li later put it, comparing the 2 cases, Deng was the only leader in China with the political standing and strength to reverse Mao's policies. A veteran of war and revolution, he saw the student demonstrators at Tiananmen as a danger that threatened to throw China back into turmoil and chaos, prostrate for another 100 years. He had lived through a revolution and recognized the early signs of one at Tiananmen. Gorbachev, unlike Deng, had only read about revolution, and did not recognize the danger signals of the Soviet Union's impending collapse. 145. After Tiananmen, China's economic reforms appeared to be faltering, and they were revived only following Deng's 1992 Southern Tour, an epic and highly influential month-long trip through several southern cities in which the 87-year-old and nominally retired Deng persuasively restated the case for economic liberalization between the US and China. For the United States, Li's message about China was sobering and, in its deepest sense, unwelcome. America would be obliged to share its preeminent position in the Western Pacific, and perhaps in the wider world, with a new superpower. It just has to live with a bigger China, Li said in 2011, and this would prove completely novel for the US, as no country has ever been big enough to challenge its position. China will be able to do so in 20 to 30 years. 146. Such an evolution would be painful for a society with America's own sense of exceptionalism, Lee warned. But American prosperity was itself, due to exceptional factors, geopolitical good fortune, an abundance of resources and immigrant energy, a generous flow of capital and technology from Europe, and two wide oceans that kept conflicts of the world away from American shores. 147. In the approaching world, as China became a formidable military power with cutting-edge technology, geography would provide no hedge for the United States. Lee anticipated that the impending change would challenge the prevailing international equilibrium and make the position of intermediate states precarious. Julius Nyerere, the former Prime Minister of Tanzania, had warned Lee, when elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. To which Lee, who as we have seen was himself fond of elephant analogies, had responded, when elephants make love, the grass gets trampled, too. 148. Singapore's aims of stability and growth would be best served by a cordial but cool relationship between the two superpowers, Lee believed. Yet in his own interactions with Washington and Beijing, Lee acted less as a national advocate for Singapore than as a philosophical guide to the two awesome giants. In his meetings with Chinese leaders, Lee tended to marshal arguments attuned to their historical traumas and delivered with an otherwise rare emotion. In 2009, he cautioned the rising generation of Chinese leaders who had not experienced the deprivations and cataclysms of their elders but felt a deep-seated resentment about their place in the world. This older generation has been through hell, great leap forward. Hunger, starvation, near collision with the Russians, the cultural revolution gone mad. I have no doubt that this generation wants a peaceful rise. But the grandchildren? They think that they have already arrived, and if they begin to flex their muscles, we will have a very different China. Grandchildren never listen to grandfathers. The other problem is a more crucial one. If you start off with the belief that the world has been unkind to you, the world has exploited you, the imperialists have devastated you, looted Beijing, done all this to you. This is no good. You are not going back to the old China, when you were the only power in the world as far as you knew. Now, you are just one of many powers, many of them more innovative, inventive, and resilient. 149. As a counterpart to this advice, Lee counseled America not to treat China as an enemy from the outset, lest it develop a counter-strategy to demolish the US in the Asia-Pacific. He warned that, in fact, the Chinese could already envision such a scenario, but that an inevitable contest between the two countries for supremacy in the Western Pacific need not lead to conflict. 150. Accordingly, Lee advised Washington to integrate Beijing into the international community and accept China as a big, powerful, rising state with a seat in the boardroom, rather than presenting itself as an enemy in Chinese eyes. The United States should acknowledge China as a great power, applaud its return to its position of respect and restoration of its glorious past, and propose specific concrete ways to work together. 151. Lee considered that the Nixon administration had practiced this type of approach, describing President Nixon as a pragmatic strategist. In the world ahead, America's posture should be to engage, not contain China, but in a way that would also quietly set pieces into place for a fallback position should China not play according to the rules as a good global citizen. In this way, should the countries of the region ever feel compelled to take sides, America's side of the chessboard should include Japan, Korea, ASEAN, India, Australia, New Zealand, and the Russian Federation. 152. I was present during presentations by Lee on both sides of the Pacific. His American interlocutors, while generally receptive to Lee's geopolitical analysis, tended to inquire after his views on immediate issues, such as the North Korean nuclear program or the performance of Asian economies. They were also imbued with an expectation that China in the end would achieve an approximation of American political principles and institutions. Lee's Chinese interlocutors, for their part, welcomed his arguments that China should be treated as a great power, and that differences, even in the long term, did not necessitate conflict. But beneath their smoothly polite manners, one also sensed a discomfort at being instructed by an overseas Chinese about principles of Chinese conduct. Lee envisioned an apocalyptic scenario for war between the US and China. Weapons of mass destruction guaranteed devastation. Beyond that, no meaningful war aims, including especially the characteristics of victory, could be defined. So it is no accident that, toward the end of his life, Lee's appeals to China were persistently addressed to the generation that had never experienced the turmoil of his generation and that might be too reliant on its technology or power. It is vital that the younger generation of Chinese, who have only lived during a period of peace and growth in China and have no experience of China's tumultuous past, are made aware of the mistakes China made as a result of hubris and excesses in ideology. They have to be imbued with the right values and attitudes to meet the future with humility and responsibility. 153. Lee never tired of reminding his interlocutors that globalization meant that every nation, including, perhaps especially, those that had created the system and written its rules, would have to learn to live in a competitive world. 154. Globalization had developed its ultimate form only in his lifetime with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of China. In that world, great prosperity in close proximity to great want would generate flammable passions. 155. Regionalism is no longer the ultimate solution, he said in 1979. Interdependence is the reality. It's one world. 156. Global interconnection, he believed, could benefit everyone if handled wisely. After all, as he said to me in 2002, Singapore's own engagement with the world was the main reason its development had outpaced China's. 157. In Lee's view, the end of the Cold War had produced two contradictory phenomena: globalization and potential strategic rivalry between the US and China, with the risk of a catastrophic war, where many detected only peril. Lee asserted the indispensability of mutual restraint. It was the essential obligation of both the US and China to invest both hope and action in the possibility of a successful outcome. As few others, Lee foretold at an early stage the dilemmas that China's evolution would present for both China and the US. Inevitably, the two nations would impinge on each other. Would this new relation lead to growing confrontation, or would it be possible to transform adversarial conduct into joint analysis of the requirements of peaceful coexistence? For decades, Washington and Beijing proclaimed the latter goal. But today, in the third decade of the 21st century, both appear to have suspended efforts to give coexistence an operational expression, and are turning instead toward sharpening rivalry. Will the world slide toward conflict as in the run-up to the First World War, when Europe inadvertently constructed a diplomatic doomsday machine that made each succeeding crisis progressively more difficult to solve until, finally, it blew up, destroying civilization as it was then perceived? Or will the Two behemoths rediscover a definition of coexistence that is meaningful, in terms of each side's conception of its greatness and of its core interests. The fate of the modern world depends on the answer. Lee was one of the few leaders respected on both sides of the Pacific, for both his insight and his achievements. Starting his career by developing a concept of order for a tiny speck of an island and its neighborhood, he spent his last years appealing for wisdom and restraint on the part of the countries capable of wreaking a global catastrophe. Though he would never have made such a claim for himself, the old realist had assumed a role as world conscience. Lee's legacy. After his long tenure, Lee resigned the office of Prime Minister in November 1990. In order to provide for a steady, managed transition, he gradually separated himself from day-to-day governance. With the titles first of senior minister and then minister mentor, he remained influential but progressively less visible through two prime ministerial successors. An assessment of Lee's legacy must begin with the extraordinary growth of Singapore's per capita gross domestic product from $517 in 1965 to $11,900 in 1990 and $60,000 at present, 2020, 158 annual GDP growth averaged 8% well into the 1990s 159. It is one of the most remarkable economic success stories of modern times. In the late 1960s, it was received wisdom that post-colonial leaders ought to shield their economies from international market forces and develop autonomous local industries through intensive state intervention, as an expression of their newfound liberation, and out of nationalist and populist impulses, some even felt compelled to harass foreigners who had taken up residence on their soil during colonial days. The result, as Richard Nixon wrote, was that we live in a time when leaders are often judged more by the stridency of their rhetoric and the coloration of their politics than by the success of their policies. Especially in the developing world, too many people have gone to bed at night with their ears full but their stomachs empty. 160. Lee took Singapore in the opposite direction, attracting multinational corporations by embracing free trade and capitalism and insisting on the enforcement of business contracts. He prized its ethnic diversity as a special asset, working assiduously to prevent outside forces from intervening in domestic disputes, and thus also helping to preserve his country's independence. While most of his peers adopted a posture of non-alignment in the Cold War, which in practice often meant de facto acquiescence in Soviet designs, Lee staked his geopolitical future on the reliability of the U.S. and its allies. In charting a path for his new society, Lee attached decisive importance to the centrality of culture. He rejected the belief, held in the liberal democracies of the West as well as in the Soviet-led communist bloc, that political ideologies were paramount in defining the evolution of a society and that all societies would modernize in the same way. To the contrary, said Lee, the West believes the world must follow its historical development. But democracy and individual rights are alien to the rest of the world. 161. The universality of liberal claims was as inconceivable to him as the notion that Americans would someday choose to follow Confucius. But neither did Lee believe that such civilizational differences were insurmountable. Cultures should coexist and accommodate each other. Today, Singapore remains an authoritarian state, but authoritarianism per se was not Lee's goal, it was a means to an end. Nor was family autocracy. Goh Chok Tong, no relation of Goh Keng Swee, served as Prime Minister from November 1990 to August 2004. Lee's son Lee Hsien Loong, whose competence no one questions, succeeded Go, and is now engaged in withdrawing from the premiership so that a successor can be determined in the next election cycle. They led Singapore further down the path on which Lee had set it. Elections in Singapore are not democratic, but they are not without significance. While in democracies discontent expresses itself through the possibility of electoral change, in Singapore Lee and his successors have used voting as a performance evaluation to inform those in power of the efficacy of their actions, thereby giving them the opportunity to adjust their policies depending on their judgment of the public interest. Was there an alternative? Might a different approach, more democratic and pluralist, have succeeded? Lee did not think so. He believed that at the beginning, as Singapore moved toward independence, it was in danger from the sectarian forces that tore apart many other post-colonial countries. As he saw it, democratic states with significant ethnic divisions run the risk of succumbing to identity politics, which tend to accentuate sectarianism. A democratic system functions by enabling a majority, variously defined, to create a government through elections, and then to create another government when political opinion shifts. But when political opinions, and divisions, are determined by immutable definitions of identity rather than by fluid policy differences, the prospects for any such outcome decline in proportion to the extent of the division. Majorities tend to become permanent, and minorities seek to escape their subjugation through violence. In Lee's view, governance operated most effectively as a pragmatic unit of close associates untethered to ideology, prizing technical and administrative competence and ruthlessly pursuing excellence. The touchstone for him was a sense of public service. Politics demands that extra of a person, a commitment to people and ideals. You are not just doing a job. This is a vocation, not unlike the priesthood. You must feel for people, you must want to change society and make lives better. 162. What, then, of tomorrow? The key issue for Singapore's future is whether continuing economic and technological progress will lead to a democratic and humanistic transition. Should the country's performance falter, causing voters to seek protection in ethnic identity, elections in the Singaporean system could run the risk of turning into authentications of one-party ethnic rule. For idealists, the test of a structure is its relation to immutable criteria. For statesmen, it is adaptability to historical circumstance. By the latter standard, Lee Kuan Yew's legacy has thus far succeeded. But statesmen must also be judged by the evolution of their founding models. Scope for popular change will sooner or later become an essential component of sustainability. Can a better balance be devised between popular democracy and modified elitism? This will be Singapore's ultimate challenge. As in the mid-1960s, when Singapore first came into being, the world is today once again in a period of ideological uncertainty about how to build a successful society. Free market democracy, which in the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse proclaimed itself the most viable arrangement, is simultaneously facing alternative external models and declining internal confidence. Other societal arrangements are asserting themselves as better at unlocking economic growth and instilling social harmony. Singapore's transformation under Lee's leadership bypassed such struggles. He avoided the rigid dogmas he decried as pet theories. Rather, he devised what he insisted was Singaporean exceptionalism. 163. Lee was a relentless improviser, not a theoretician of government. He adopted policies that he thought stood a chance of working and revised them if he saw that they did not. He experimented constantly, borrowing ideas from other countries and trying to learn from their mistakes. Nonetheless, he made sure that he was never mesmerized by the example of others. Rather, Singapore had to ask itself constantly whether it was achieving goals imposed by its unique geography and enabled by its special demographic makeup. As he himself would put it, I was never prisoner of any theory. What guided me were reason and reality.